Good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation by Pastor Dan Maxwell of Chisholm Creek Baptist Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Kaylee Testerman, representing Girl Scout Troop 315. Please stand as you are able.
Dear Father, we thank you again for another day to serve you. Lord, we thank you for these city servants here today. Lord, we thank you that you gave your life that we might have life in you. And Lord, I just pray for wisdom for them today. I'd ask God that you would give them wisdom. If we lack it, we can ask you and you'll give it. Thank you, Lord, for the city that you have placed us in. And God, I pray your blessings upon them. Thank you again for Jesus and for all that he has done for us. In his holy and precious name we pray. In your name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we have Office of the Mayor, which has a few presentations, and I'll make my way to the front for those. All right, if our friends from Parent Promise could come forward for our reading of the proclamation proclaiming Child Abuse Prevention Month. Yes, there you go. All right, I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas Oklahoma City's future prosperity depends on nurturing the healthy development of more than 174,000 children currently living, growing, and learning within our community. And whereas research shows safe, nurturing relationships and stimulating stable environments improve brain development and child well-being. And whereas research also shows neglectful or abusive experiences and unstable or stressful environments increase the odds of poor childhood outcomes. And whereas the abuse and neglect of children can cause severe, costly, and lifelong problems affecting all of society, including physical and mental health problems, school failure, and criminal behavior. And whereas research further shows that parents and caregivers who have social networks and know how to seek help in times of trouble are more resilient and better able to provide safe environments and nurturing experiences for their children. And whereas individuals, businesses, schools, and faith-based and community organizations must make children a top priority and take action to support the physical, social, emotional, and educational development and competency of all children. And whereas during the month of April, the City of Oklahoma City, Parent Promise Prevent Child Abuse Oklahoma, the Exchange Club of Oklahoma City, the Downtown Oklahoma City Exchange Club, and the Oklahoma State Department of Health, in collaboration with their citywide partners, will be engaging individuals and communities throughout the city in a coordinated effort to prevent child abuse and neglect by promoting awareness of healthy child development, positive parenting practices, and the types of support families need within their communities. And whereas prevention starts with each of us. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Well, you heard the names of some great organizations full of volunteers that work on these issues 365 days a year. But every April, we certainly focus in on it as a community and do all we can to prevent child abuse. We'd love to hear a few words from Chris Siemens, who's Executive Director of Parent Promise.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Chris Siemens. I'm the Executive Director of Parent Promise. We are also the Prevent Child Abuse America chapter of Oklahoma. So we affiliate with a national organization that has tons of chapters across the United States. We have been an organization since 1988, and our friend Charlie is one of the founders of our organization. And our goal is to prevent child abuse and neglect. And we not only work in Oklahoma City, but we also work statewide with our prevention efforts. So thank you for recognizing us this April.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's hear it for all the people who work to prevent child abuse. All right. How about Tim Arnold? Come on up. All right, Tim. Well, Tim is our Employee of the Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Tim Arnold has been a city employee for 1 year and 10 months with the Public Transportation and Parking Department. And whereas Tim Arnold, as a paratransit operator with the Mobility Management and Paratransit Services Division, where he works with Embark to provide transportation to people with disabilities. And whereas Tim Arnold has been nominated as the Embark Legend multiple times, received numerous phone calls from satisfied customers, and was recently recognized by the Oklahoma Transit Association in the Drivers Doing Good section of their newsletter. And whereas Tim Arnold has made innovative suggestions to improve operational safety and customer service, maintains an outstanding record of on-time performance, and is a leader in the paratransit team, providing training on paratransit services and compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act to new Embark bus operators. And whereas Tim Arnold recently assisted a mother experiencing a minor medical episode while boarding his vehicle and was able to take immediate action, contacting dispatch for assistance in an effort to ensure the safety of his passengers. And whereas Tim Arnold remained by the side of the distressed mother and her disabled son, working with the mobility team to coordinate efforts to reach a caseworker who could provide care for the son while the mother received treatment. And whereas this council desires to recognize Tim Arnold for his dedication, compassion, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Tim Arnold, April 2024, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Tim. What an amazing example of the best city employees in the country that you are, and you're obviously really leaving an impression, especially for only having been here 1 year and 10 months, and you're already Employee of the Month. It's all downhill from here, I guess. So, well, thank you, Tim, and this is a resolution, so we need to see if we can muster some votes for you. So let's see. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously. All right. Well, we'd love to hear a few words from you, Tim. The floor is yours.
Well, first, thank you very much, and I'm honored and deeply humbled. I work with a great group of people, and a lot of them that are very deserving of this as well, so thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. Let's hear it for Tim. Okay, Lisa, if you could come forward. We'll come over here just to mix it up. All right. Lisa is our Teacher of the Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Lisa Ummel Ingram has been named Teacher of the Month for April 2024 by the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Lisa serves as an instructional coach at Wheeler Middle School and has, through her 30 years of teaching, evolved to the ever-changing educational environment. And whereas Lisa strives to establish strong relationships with her students and provide classroom lessons that extend into their current and future lives. And whereas Lisa practices empathy and kindness and believes that strong social emotional skills are essential for the well-being of staff and students alike. And whereas Lisa has a strong history of being a leader in her school, encouraging and mentoring her fellow teachers because she recognizes the need to support both students and teachers to achieve a healthy, successful school community. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Lisa Ummel Ingram on her selection as April 2024 Teacher of the Month by the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Lisa, for all you do for the kids of Oklahoma City. Now, this is also a resolution, so we need to see if we can pass it. Let's see if we can get a motion and a second. We have it. Please cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you again so much for all you do, and we would love to hear a few words from you. The floor is yours, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Well, I thought I might be asked why I do what I do, so some days I'm not sure, but I will tell you that 30 years ago, I came to this little school called Wheeler Elementary, and I had no idea what was in store for me. And now I'm teaching students, or I have taught students of students, and I used to be called Mom. You know how kids sometimes will say, hey, Mom, and you know, out of habit, and now they say Grandma. So, and now it's my pride and joy to be working with adults in the school and teachers who I hope will pass all of that on and commit to our students like I hope I have. So thank you all.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Lisa. Okay, our remaining items on Office of the Mayor are item 3C. This is a notification that Councilwoman Barbara Peck will serve as Vice Mayor for the 6-month period beginning on April 13th, later this week. And thank you to Councilman Brad Carter for his service. He's still got today on the job, and never know when I may enlist him, but we'll look forward to Vice Mayor Peck's service in the next 6 months. So let's take a motion on that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. I see the motion was made by Councilman Carter. I didn't get there fast enough. There we go. There we go. Passes unanimously. Okay, and 3D is a resolution approving my expenses to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual meeting in Kansas City, June 20th through 23rd. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the necessary 6 votes required for approval. Item 4, items from council. This is item 4A, is an ordinance to be introduced and referred to the Bricktown Urban Design Committee, the Downtown Design Review Committee, the Stockyard City Urban Design Committee, and the Planning Commission. And this is introduced by Council Members Hammond and Nice. Councilwoman Hammond is here. Would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. Probably about a year ago, a group that has done some urban farming using some underutilized land that St. Anthony has in the kind of midtown south of St. Anthony's area had approached me because they were asked to help steward a lot that is on 6th Street, and we discovered that when the city council, probably about 10 or so years ago, did a large cleanup of a lot of ordinances and codes to allow for urban farm uses, community gardens, those sorts of things, that a lot of our design districts were not included in that. And so I've worked with staff to address that and try to get those as conditional uses within some of those design districts. And this is kind of the first step, is referring it to all those design districts for review and input. Because many of those districts are in Councilwoman Nice's ward as well, I had invited her to be a co-sponsor in this, and if she has any comments to make, but this would just allow for that use, especially on those lots where nothing's really happening right now, letting them be productive and let those property owners decide what to do with them. And particularly for the group that I've been in contact with, they use the food that they grow as part of a group with St. Anthony's that gives that food out to patients. So it's an opportunity just for more community building and utilizing those empty lots while nothing's currently happening on them.
Well, for me, I know we have quite a few lots within our community that are underutilized as well. So this is also important to ensure that we're able to be and find more creative ways. We worked on maps with community gardens, and we still have yet to see them within our parks and in our communities. So this is just an extra way for us to be able to ensure that we're taking care of those that need it the most, and also with that educational piece, because for me, in my ward, particularly Northeast Oklahoma City, we have Restore OKC that help to teach people how to have their urban farms, and you have other urban farms, and then you have OSU OKC Extension that also teaches people about gardening and all the other things. So again, this is just cleaning that up and ensuring that we're able to be able to provide this in all parts of our city.
Okay, well, thank you. Do we want to make a motion for introduction? And again, this is an introduction that is then referred to a series of committees and commissions for feedback.
Now second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. The ordinance is introduced. All right, item 5, city manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, we don't have any formal presentations today. Just note that we've got claims and payroll on as usual. You can see that at okc.gov. And then the status update on the city's ARPA funding, on the ARPA program that the council had approved. And there's a lot of information in here. We don't have a formal presentation with it, but we'd be glad to take any questions. Or if you've got questions as you're looking through the report that you want to reach out to staff, we'll be happy to get that information to you. That's all that I have.
All right, thank you. Item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we have item 7, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, beginning on page 15, item 11C. This is PUD 1979. There's a request to defer this to April 23rd.
Okay.
On page 17, item 11P1, dilapidated structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item B, 5012 South Bypass Terrace to re-notify for a new owner. Item D, 709 Northeast 3rd Street. The owner has repaired. And then item E, 830 Northwest 9th Street. The owner has removed. Continuing on page 7, item 11Q1, unsecured structures. All of these are stricken from the agenda. Item C, 2522 North Chartel Avenue. The owner is secured. Item F, 1132 Northwest 30th Street. The owner is secured. On page 18, item 11R1, abandoned buildings. All of these are stricken from the agenda. Item B, 5012 South Bypass Terrace to re-notify for a new owner. Item D, 709 Northeast 3rd Street. The owner is repaired. And then item E, 830 Northwest 9th Street. The owner is removed. And that is all the items that I have.
Okay. Item 8, revocable permits and events. And we have item 8A, revocable permit with the National MS Society for the Walk MS Oklahoma City, May 18th. And we do have Andre Muse, who signed up to speak, and feel free to correct the pronunciation of your name.
No worries. Good
Oh, and you
morning.
might pull that mic up. I pulled that down.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Andrea Moore with the National MS Society. And yes, our Walk MS Oklahoma City is an annual event that brings together the community of those living with multiple sclerosis and impacted, and those who support them in our fight to end MS. This year's walk will take place on May 18th at the Wheeler District, starting out at the Wheeler Ferris wheel. This event is open to the public. It's fully accessible for all. We offer a 1-mile walk and a 3-mile walk that take place on the Event River Trail. We support the walkers with 2 hydration stops, where we will be providing water and an area to sit if anyone needs to rest. We are looking forward to another successful Walk MS Oklahoma City on May 18th.
All right. Well, thank you. This is in wards 4 and 6. Go ahead.
What time does it start?
It starts early morning, so people that live with MS tend to have a little bit of a heat issue. So we start about 6 or 7 in the
Okay,
morning.
good to know. Well, it sounds like a great cause and hopefully a nice day for it, so I'll move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great event. Item B is revocable right-of-way use permit with the Southwest 29th District Association to hold Dia del Nino Children's Day on April 21st on Southwest 29th. No one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Hammond.
Well, I know this is I was going to say, I was like looking to see if I saw anyone from the district. Yeah, I know this is a really well-loved event in the community, held annually every year, and just really great to get out. So if anyone's able to make it, I really encourage you to go, and I will move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll recess the council and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through F we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A and B we could take with one motion. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene the council, where we are at item 9, the consent docket. And we have a scheduled presentation for item BI, and that is it. Is there any other item that a council member wishes to pull out for a separate comment, vote?
Mr. Mayor, item AR for
Okay.
staff. Staff's going to come up and tell us about it.
Okay. All right, well, if there's nothing else, we'll
Oh,
start.
Mayor,
Yes,
sorry.
uh-huh.
My speaker was like hiding, so I had to find it. Forgive the timing, but just to hear a little bit of an update on AQ, the streetscape there, please. And so we're not going to have a presentation. I would like to hear an update, and I suspect residents would too, for items BT, U, and V. So those are maps, projects. So to BY, and CC. And these can be quick, painless. I know we have a long day ahead of us, but these are part of the $1.1 billion worth of projects that voters approved. And I do think it makes sense to at least hear like a brief update on those projects. So especially something as important, for instance, as mental health. So appreciate that.
And for me, item AG, please.
Okay.
And if we are talking about BY, if we could add CB onto that as well, please?
CB, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
And CA.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just take them in order, and we'll start with AG. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I was hoping we could have someone to speak to the Home Investment Partnership Program Community Housing Development Organization as far as the funds. I know this is important to this part of our community, so just being able for the public to actually hear what this will do and how this can benefit Ward 7 would be greatly appreciated.
Teresa Smith with Planning Department's program manager for this, and she'll give us a quick update.
NHS has been a neighborhood community housing development organization called a CHODO for about 25 years or more. They have built homes all over Oklahoma City. They have been focusing on the northeast side. Sorry, I didn't expect it to come up so soon. They've built this will probably be at least 8 houses that they've built in the Culbertson's East Highland neighborhood. We're requesting funding for them to build two houses. They're each 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses, about 1,300 square feet. I am perfectly willing to answer any of your questions.
I think you just did. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I just want to pinpoint again the importance of us being able to provide this type of service within this part of our community as far as affordable housing is concerned, and a unique relationship that has been created and established with the neighborhood housing services with funding as far as down payment assistance and being able to implement the program within Northeast Oklahoma City that had not been done prior, especially to be strictly as far as intentional for this part of our community. So I just wanted to add to that, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is AQ, Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. So item AQ, this is the Streetscape where Councilwoman Nice and I represent Historic Britain District, and I know some work's underway there, so I'd like to hear from our Public Works Director about that historic project. Thank you.
Yes, Debbie Miller with Public Works Department. This is a Better Streets, Safer Cities Streetscape, and we're also using some bond funds to do resurfacing of Britain Road. This amendment will add some landscaping plans to the streetscape. It has recently started, construction's underway, and we're excited to get this going.
That's great. Would you remind us the timeline for this project, when residents would expect to see the resurfacing and sidewalks, you name it?
Yes, the resurfacing has been underway, and we expect the streetscape to be completed fall
That's wonderful.
of this year.
That's great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you had any questions, Councilwoman.
No, I'm fine. I'm very excited.
All right, item AR, Councilwoman Peck.
I believe we have.
Good morning, Debbie Miller with Public Works Department. This item awards the consultant contract for the Swisher Park Master Plan, and Public Works is excited to be working with the Parks Department, and I'll let Melinda talk a little bit more about the project.
So Swisher Park, long time coming. We're very excited. I know, applause, please. We're very excited to be able to get this consultant on board. Swisher Park is located at Southwest 15th Street and about County Line, Council Road area. It's our newest big park that we purchased a couple years ago. We're really excited to hopefully with the consultant be able to analyze and be able to get us connected to the West River Trail through a bridge across the North Canadian River. That gets that trail system pulled into Swisher Park, and that just gives us our entrance then into the southwest side of our city. Sorry, I have allergies. Also part of this is really getting with the neighborhood to understand what amenities they're excited to have in that area. So we'll be conducting public meetings with the residents in that area as to get their ideas, and then hopefully bring a report back to all of you to say, here's what we hope to build in the park. And hopefully we'll see it really built up here in just the next, well, really, 2 to 5 years will be done. So,
I'm very excited about it, and it's kind of great that we've got a lot of folks from Ward 3 in the building today to get to hear this live from you, and so we're very excited about the future for Swisher Park. Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is a presentation for item BI.
So Ken Sudel with the Alliance for Economic Development will give us an introduction on this project, on this recommended allocation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kenny Sudel with the Alliance for Economic Development. So this today is a resolution. It's a joint resolution with the Economic Development Trust to set a public hearing and final consideration in April for a $2 million allocation for our affordable housing goal dollars to the Alleys Inn project, which this is a project at 4th and Gaylord. I do want to point out a couple little nuances here. Your packet says for 211 affordable units and $52 million. I'm happy to report, actually, as they're putting this together, we've been able to add a couple more rooms to it, so it's going to be 214, you'll see, in about a $56.7 million project. So it's a combination of LIHTC funding, ARPA funding, this, and allocation we're looking at in private funding. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the developers to make a presentation. I believe Stephen Watts is here, and we'll be happy to answer questions when they're done. Thanks.
Thanks, Kenny. Good morning, Councilman. Happy to present this project to you this morning, and I think it's one that some of you are familiar with. It's on the southeast corner of 4th and Gaylord. It is 100% affordable, 60% of AMI average using low-income housing tax credit financing. It also utilizes state matching LIHTC tax credit financing and a mixture of ARPA and then these $2 million of GOLP bonds. So this is a joint venture between Rose Rock Development and Belmont Development. Belmont is one of the largest LIHTC developers in the state, and we were awarded this project several years ago. It's been several years in the making, and very happy to have Belmont as a partner on this project and their expertise that they bring. So as Kenny mentioned, this is 214 units. It is a mixture of 2 buildings. We are utilizing surface parking for the project. At one point, we'd contemplated a parking garage. We hope for that maybe for a phase 2, but for now, we're going to be utilizing surface parking. It will help keep the rents affordable and help us stay in compliance with the total project cost limits for the LIHTC through OFA. I think that's next slide. Here's just some renderings of the project. As you can see, it is going to be a very attractive project. 6 stories in total. We'll have ground floor leasing office will be located on the ground floor. We don't have any third-party retail, but it will create a very interesting architectural feature with an alley that pedestrians will be able to use in between the 2 buildings. Here's a rendering looking from the street. There's another rendering looking from the back side of the building. This would be from the parking lot. There will be ground floor units. So we are going to have several amenities in the project. We will have a fitness center, an entertainment room, a leasing office. All the units will have washer and dryer, high-end finishes, Energy Star appliances. Will be very energy efficient. Here's a site layout aerial of the project. Here's a typical floor plan for each building. And then here's a unit mix for the project. So as you can see, rent levels are extremely affordable. 51 studio units, 59 one-bedroom units, 52 two-bedroom units, and actually 52 three-bedroom units, which brings a lot of three-bedroom units to downtown Oklahoma City area, which there really aren't a lot of right now in downtown Oklahoma City. Here's the financial projections, $56 million in total costs. As you can see, the different sources of funding there. And our timeline, we hope to break ground in May or June of this year and be off to the races on construction, starting our lease up in June 2025 and hopefully fully leased and stabilized by July 2026. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions. I do just want to point out and say thank you for the 2 and 3 bedroom units. I know, and I think I mentioned this in a different allocation conversation a few years ago, but especially for people that are working service industry jobs. I actually spoke with a woman last week who is elderly, works at Taco Bell for about 20 hours a week. And she doesn't have any family that she's living with. She's just on her own. But I know that's the reality for a lot of people that have kids, like the ability to find things in an affordable, attainable range that are in good shape, good location, accessible, that are at that 2-3 bedroom. To be able to have kids or live with family of any kind is very rare. So I'm excited to see this opportunity for folks. And yeah, excited to see something happen on this lot that I know is well, there's lots of people go by it every day, and it's nice to think that something will help activate it and make it a little more, hopefully safer for pedestrians and people driving through that area as well. So
thank you. Yeah, we're excited about those 3-bedroom units and the 2-bedroom units as well. And as far as we're aware, it'll be the largest ever affordable project in an urban setting in the state of Oklahoma. So.
Just one question for me, and you may have already addressed it, so I apologize if you have to repeat. Your LIHTC funding, have you already secured that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And I just want to compliment this product as well, this development, because, and that's probably why I missed it, because I was whispering to Councilwoman Hammond that this should be the example for our housing authority as far as being able to provide a product such as this instead of feeling like we have to just continue to keep the same stock and not do something better for our residents that may not have the means to get something that other people would dream to have. But this looks like something that anyone would want to have. So I just wanted to compliment this project as well, because this should be an example of how we can better serve our residents that may not have the expected income that most expect, but still be able to live like everyone else. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
May I ask a couple questions? First, so this is 60% of the average median income, correct?
Yes.
Do you happen to know what the average median income is?
It's low 60,000s, I believe.
Okay, so if I wanted to calculate, because I think this is critical for all of us to understand. So it's around 60,000. So how would we calculate what 60% of that median income is? I know, get out your calculators. I just think this is so important as this number becomes a reality for us right now in real time, because all of my life, and I turned 42 last April 1st, last week. That's not a joke. And for all of those 42 years until just about the last 10, the narrative of Oklahoma, the narrative is we are a low cost of living state. And that's the narrative, but it has devolved into myth. It is no longer true. We have a housing crisis, and that is hard for a lot of people to hear. And so I'd like to hear right now what the number is if you were making 60% of the average median income.
For a one-bedroom household, these are OFA's published rates. It's about $37,000.
Okay, so $37,000 a year. This is the 6-year anniversary of the historic teacher walkout. When that walkout happened, you all will recall that the starting pay for teachers, we just honored up here, for instance, as you all saw a teacher, right, who talked about all the her teaching philosophy. The starting pay at the time was $31,000 a year. We have to disabuse people of this myth that low income, right, are people who are lazy and don't want to work. That is so critical, and that is a myth that is foundational to a lot of people's understanding about what attainable, affordable housing is. So right now in public, particularly on a day like this where so much attention is on city council here in our capital city because of some zoning cases coming up, it is critical that we know that the units you all are providing are for teachers, nurses, mental health counselors, which is important also because of the accommodations we were giving earlier regarding childhood abuse, right? Those childhood abuse statistics lead to an increased need for mental health counselors, which we have a shortage. And those mental health counselors, as Councilwoman Hammond can tell you right now, are not making much more than this $30,000, $40,000 a year. So they too need housing as they're taking care of our children and our seniors. So I just wanted to name that in public right now. Those income levels, why this sort of housing is important, to double down on what Councilwoman Nice was saying, that the quality of the housing is also critical, and not building that housing in a segregated way away from the rest of the community, but in fact building it in the heart of our downtown, right, where it's close to support services like mental health, for instance, so that someone working there who might have a child with disabilities can get them more effectively to the services, for instance, that they might need. That is critical. And I would ask that this become a model as we head into our general obligation bond election next year, that the ways in which, and it's going to be critical, I think, that you're at that table with the city manager, myself, and any other council person who's interested in this, but it is critical that we figure out every economic tool you all brought to the table here to make this project a reality for our people. We have got to bring all of those economic tools to bear because we have too many people right now, too many working people right now who do not have access to affordable, attainable housing. So I just wanted to name that in public right now. I know poor council's heard me talk about this quite a bit, but it's because it's a priority. It needs to be spoken into existence that this needs to be a priority for all of us. So thank you for your wonderful work here.
Thank you, Councilman. And we will have several units in the development, not more than just several, that are dedicated to 50% AMI and 30% AMI as well. So we will have a variety of income levels.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up are a series of items all related to either MAPS 3 or MAPS 4, so it'll be the David Todd show here for a few minutes. First up are items BT through BV. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, and welcome to the David Todd Show, where you are in fact the star, main character. Would you mind walking us through each one of these three and what these particular items do for our residents, please?
Sure. David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. Item BT is a grant for the long-range plan that is part of MAPS and actually part of Embark. And Embark applied for this grant through ACOG, and it was granted to us, and we're happy to receive it. And it would just be used to further the work that we're going to do with the long-range plan, and that includes analyzing some of the bus routes and doing the things that they do. Item BU is the operator for the MAPS 4 Senior Wellness Center. So as you recall, we have 4 senior wellness centers in MAPS 3. 3 of those are complete. The 4th one is imminent. And this is essentially a 5th one that will be coming online through MAPS 4. And like I said, this is for the operator. Each of the centers has different operator. One of those operators may be successful in getting this project, but this is the process that we've used for all of the other senior wellness centers. And then BV is an architectural services contract for SA Studios for crisis centers. So we're starting on the crisis center projects, and this is for the architecture for that project.
Thank you. That's really all I have for now.
All right. BY, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, hi. Sidewalks, maps 4. Director Todd, go.
Right. So this is one of our sidewalk projects. This is Phase 1A, and it's our first Maps 4 sidewalks project, and it follows with the preferred pedestrian areas that planning has in Bike Walk OKC. So as I said, this is our first package of sidewalks to go out. As I recall, it includes Chartel and some Quail Creek and some different areas. Some of it, what we're doing is fill-in type sidewalks. No, I don't think that you'll see any miles long of sidewalks, but for this one, we'll be connecting areas that need 50 feet here and there where there's a missing piece. So we're happy that we've started on sidewalks.
Yeah, I am too. And to connect some dots, what makes me excited about seeing these MAPS projects all come to fruition at this moment in time is that what I kept hearing from seniors or from families was how can they better walk to school or to senior wellness centers? How can they better take public transportation to those facilities as well? How can they have facilities like senior wellness centers? So that sidewalk infrastructure, that public transportation planning and infrastructure is just critical, as you know, and as we've discussed, and just wanted to, in this moment again, kind of cohere that into a narrative for everybody. So good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item CA, Councilman Hinkle.
Hello, David. I got an email the other day talking about a ribbon cutting at Senior Wellness down on Southwestern. And since we have a generation that is now old enough to be seniors since this thing got started, I just like an update.
Yeah, so this is a change order for some items to help wrap this project up, miscellaneous things, but they should be obtaining what we call substantial completion, which is where we get a certificate of occupancy and everything's ready to go, and the operator can move in about 2 weeks. So they are very close to getting this complete, and then we'll have the ribbon cutting in May.
Thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a pain.
Thank you. I'm glad to have it open.
CB, Councilman Stone.
Thanks. David, I was curious if we were able to do the BY versus CD breakdown expenses per ward yet?
I've got the consultant working on that. I'll have it to you this week.
Great, thank you.
And finally, CC, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, bike lanes, which were another part of MAPS 4, if you wouldn't mind giving us that kind of update right now.
Right, so this is a preliminary report of the first bike lanes that we have coming out of MAPS 4, and this is for part of the crosstown connection, and it goes from Indiana over to Overholser Drive, and it is along 16th or 19th Street, and then it drops down to 16th Street, combination of Tier 1 and Tier 3 bike lanes, but very excited to get this one started also.
Good. And, you know, the other thing I would just want to note right now regarding the bike lanes and sidewalk implementation to complement staff, my understanding is that really starting with Better Street, Safer City in 2017, and I think even a little bit before that, but this is really a data-driven process, right? It's very much focusing on where are schools, where are parks, where do we need to emphasize these connectivity infrastructure projects, and I'm excited about that because I think residents need to understand that heading into the next bond project next year as well, that this isn't like willy-nilly a politician says, I want a sidewalk here or a bike project here. It very much is driven by community advocacy, but then also data. So
right, connections are very important. Yeah.
Yep. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
All right, I think you're done. Thank you. All right, that concludes all the items that have been pulled out for separate comment on the consent docket. We can now adopt the docket. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 10 is the concurrence docket. We have items A through X we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at item 11, items requiring separate votes. Item 11A is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 15051 North Rockwell from PUD 1300 to C3. Councilman Stonecipher, no one has signed up to speak.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
There were no protests. Planning approved this, and so at this time I'd move for the approval, please.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11B is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 9400 Broadway Extension from O2 and SPUD 1166 to PUD 1949. Councilwoman Nice, a couple of protesters have signed up.
Thank you. There we go. All right, had to turn him off so I can turn myself on. First, if you don't mind, I would like to hear from the applicant, and then we'll hear from those who oppose, just so everyone can understand what's happening.
Good morning, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. What is before you is PUD 1949 that would rezone the entirety of my client's property from a combination of a SPUD, an office, to a C3-based PUD that would allow for the redevelopment of an underutilized corner there at Britton and 235. The other thing that it seeks to do is add a non-accessory sign at the corner of Britton and the service road. This application was filed in March of 2023. March of 2023 was exactly 1 year before the City Council adopted its new sign ordinance. Why that is significant is because this application must be viewed through the lens of the rules that existed at the time in March of 2023. If you will recall, there were a series of PUDs and SPUDs that approved zoning cases that allowed various forms of commercial development, and including billboards. The City Council instituted a moratorium at that time, and the moratorium did have an avenue, like every ordinance, to seek a variance from the Board of Adjustment. My client sought a variance from the moratorium at the Board of Adjustment at the first part of this year. The variance application process is very different than this process. This process is a legislative process. The variance process is a quasi-judicial process that is set out by statute. In order to get a variance from the Board of Adjustment, there are 4 statutory elements that must be met. Only upon meeting those statutory elements can the Board of Adjustment grant a variance. And in this case, in January of this year, we went to the Board of Adjustment, where unanimously a variance was granted to the moratorium. The legal effect that has is the moratorium goes away, as if it didn't exist at all. So that put this application then in the same manner as all the other applications that approved PUDs and SPUDs for billboards and other commercial development, including less than a mile to the north on the west side of 235 is SPUD 1110 that has a C3 base that also allowed a billboard. That billboard is now erected. So we then moved forward through the legislative process, and at the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the application with the application items we saw to include, including the billboard. The reason being, in their opinion, if the moratorium was not in place through the variance process, well, we need to look at it like we looked at all the other PUDs and SPUDs that had a billboard. All of the other SPUDs and PUDs that requested billboards were approved by this City Council. So given that lens, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the PUD as drafted. So that is where we are here today. We would ask for your approval, which would be consistent with all of the other SPUDs and PUDs that allowed commercial development plus billboards. Again, this has been a lengthy process through not only the Board of Adjustment, but Planning Commission, all the while having unanimous recommendations for approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? So get ready for this roller coaster. I know we had a couple of gentlemen, and I think it's important for us to understand, as we all went through this process ourselves of this moratorium that was brought forward to us, and I was looking at the timeline of the moratorium. When we first adopted it, it was in May of 2020. And again, it's important to note, as he said, there was an opportunity to still have a process, even with the moratorium, which did happen. So therefore, we had the other pieces of this, and I'm looking at the application being continued from May 11th, May 25th, June 22nd, July 27th, and August 24th of last year. So it was continued quite a few times of last year. And so those are some unique pieces of this. Not to say it's right or wrong, but I think that's important to lay that groundwork. And also to understand with this part of our Broadway extension where this would be located, we have a couple of developments that, well, one particular larger development that is working its way to being fully developed, which is the half. We also have a large commercial and hospital rehabilitation hospitals that are within this area as well. And therefore, we also have quite a few signs that currently exist within this area as far as Britain to May is concerned on Broadway Extension. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you all because you pass it often and you have seen those signs. So this is, again, something that we will consider in looking at that for this particular development. And why they had to do that was because their sign will be over 200 feet. And I believe that they're asking for the standard billboard sign size of 672 feet. And again, there were some TEs that our city staff added, and the client asked for those TEs to be removed, which, you know, I guess even for myself, it's looking at the staff report a little, I wouldn't say confusing, but it's interesting as we see what the Board of Adjustment granted and then in comparison to what the staff suggested. So with that, I think it's important to also hear from those who are here, and I do have some emails and a couple of SPUDs and PUDs that were presented on behalf of being able to say that this is a concern for some of our other property owners that are within the vicinity of this part of this development. So if you don't mind, I would like to hear from them.
Okay, yes, and to be clear, actually, the only people who signed up are from Lamar Advertising, and they are Bill Condon and Bill Hickman.
Good morning. My name's Bill Condon. I'm the general manager of Lamar Advertising, 123 Northwest 50th Street. I think it's important also to provide a little bit of brief history regarding the SPUDs and PUDs, even more than what was provided by Mr. Box, as it relates to the billboards. I acknowledge that there are some council that weren't here 6 years ago when this really became a hot topic issue. So 2018 to 2020, over 12 PUDs and SPUDs were approved, allowing 14 by 48 EMD billboards. In May of 2020, a moratorium was introduced by Councilman Stonecipher, and council approved 9-0 to enforce that moratorium. That moratorium reads, to address the proliferation of applications to request a billboard in a zoning district where it would otherwise be prohibited. So for 4 years, the moratorium was in place, and during that time, the city was working on a new sign code, extending the moratorium 6 times. So in essence, what was happening is you were checking with staff and said, hey, are we done with the sign code? No, and then it would extend 6 months at a time. So that happened 7 times along the way. While working on the new code, we heard multiple presentations from city staffers highlighting the benefits of the sign code were to prohibit the use of PUDs and SPUDs to increase sign standards. And then now, last month, the new code went into effect, and as it relates to this particular issue, it reads, a PUD or a SPUD may not be used to modify sign standards to make them less restrictive. So for the past 4 years, what Lamar heard was it's abundantly clear that the city does not want to use PUDs and SPUDs for billboards. Moving on to the Planning Commission staff report, highlighted at the last pages 14, TEs 1 through 4, prohibits the billboards. The application informs that the Planning Commission, that TEs 1 through 4, the applicant informs that the Planning Commission that TEs 1 through 4 must be removed, that we feel exposing the only reason why the PUD application was filed in the first place. The applicant wants you to believe it's imperative for a non-accessory sign must remain for the development to be economic, to make economic sense. And lastly, you may be thinking of why Lamar, an industry participant that's been in the billboard business for quite some time, why are they here? It's a fair question. Some have actually called our presence at these things in the past as anti-competitive, afraid of competition, or even monopolistic. The real answer is because the last 4 years, working with the new sign code meant something. The focus group meetings, the stakeholder advisory group meetings, all the time and resources from all stakeholders, including industry participants and city staffers to follow the city's process. So what message is the council sending if you approve the PUD less than 30 days from approving the brand new code that prohibits this type of zoning action? In addition, Lamar operates 33 of the 107 EMDs in the city. That's a far cry from a monopoly. I want to make it clear, all I've done this morning is highlight the city's work product from Plan OKC that says deny the PUD via the staff report. The actual moratorium in place that you guys put in place for 4 years and extended 7 times says not to do it. The new sign code that reads.
Mr. Condon, we're at 4 minutes.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. Okay, all right. The PUD and SPUD may not be used to modify sign standards and make them less restrictive. So in closing, Lamar's been in business for 120 years. We've operated in Oklahoma City for 25. We are fortunate to operate in a pro-business city. Equally important is the need for the city to consistently follow their own ordinances. That's why respectfully we ask you to deny PUD 1949. Thank you. If you have any questions. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Hickman. I'm an attorney here in Oklahoma City, represent Lamar Outdoor Advertising. I'm not going to cover the same ground as Mr. Condon. He was talking to you as a business person. Did want to point out a couple of important things from the conversation we've had so far. One, every PUD and SPUD stands on its own, does not set precedents for any future PUD or SPUD. At least that's what I've always been told, and I assume if you asked your legal counsel, Mr. Jordan, he would confirm that. That just because you passed a SPUD or a PUD that include a non-accessory sign doesn't mean you have to pass this PUD with a non-accessory sign. The facts of each zoning case stand on their own. Now, if I'm wrong about that, I'd love to hear from somebody sitting up there that I'm wrong, because that's always what I've been told when I'm standing on this side of the podium. But I heard a lot of that in the presentation from the applicant, that you've done 10, 12, whatever number it is in the past, and to be consistent and to keep doing it what we feel like is the wrong way is what you're required to do. That is not accurate. One of the reasons why this is a unique and different case is SPUD 1166, which is referred to in your staff report. The so-called commercial development that you would be approving is already approved. It is already approved. The renderings from SPUD 1166 are identical for the commercial development as they are in PUD 1949. One of only 2 additional uses in PUD 1949 is the billboard. 44 other ones, I believe is the number, were already allowed in SPUD 1166. The commercial development can happen right now, and it was passed in 2020, 4 years ago. It's a red herring. It's a different set of facts, and SPUD 1166 already allows the development to occur. And in fact, the property is already developed with a large multi-story building. A C3-based zoning does not allow a billboard sign on developed property. C3 zoning does not allow a billboard sign as large as this one. We have provided to you multiple examples of SPUDs and PUDs in the immediate area that contain language that expressly prohibits billboard signs in this area, which indicates the sheer position of the property owners, your constituents, that they do not want more billboards in this area. One of the things I've also heard is that where there's already other signs in this area, so gosh, guess this is the right place and we should just allow one more. No. Plan OKC says no more billboard signs, reduce the number of signs. Your moratorium says reduce the proliferation of signs. This is a +1 additional sign in this community that otherwise would not be allowed under your zoning code, both current zoning code, the new zoning code. We would simply ask that you listen to your staff. There is no confusion with the staff. They had 4 TEs, one of which was to not allow the billboard sign because they know it's not appropriate. It doesn't conform with the city's ordinances that say you cannot use a PUD or SPUD to circumvent other ordinances, which this PUD does, to circumvent the sign ordinances, which you have now corrected in your most recent zoning code change. Finally, we would argue that there has been no sign permit submitted. A zoning application has been allowed by the BOA. But if this is approved by you and they have to apply then for a sign permit, when an application is submitted, hopefully Mr. Hinkle agrees with me, he's a guy who knows the business, when you submit your application for a permit, that's the law that applies in the land at that time, not the one from prior times. They have not submitted a signed permit application, and when they do, if you approve this today, they should have to follow the signed ordinance that applies now, not the one that applied previously. All that said, the right thing to do to avoid any further confusion and additional billboards is to deny this application. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Box. So we're at the Board of Adjustment, right? Yes, and that's quasi-judicial. In other words, that board makes a judicial determination, right? Did anybody show up when the evidentiary hearing occurred before the Board of Adjustment and protest?
No, sir.
Did anyone move to intervene in the Board of Adjustment hearing?
No, sir.
Did anybody ask to reconsider the ruling by the Board of Adjustment?
No, sir.
Did anybody file an appeal to the district court, which would be the next step, right?
Correct.
Did
No,
anybody?
sir.
All right. Once it came before the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment's order was final, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve this, correct?
Yes, sir.
And my commissioner, Mr. Noble, approved it, moved to approve it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think that's all. Thank you for your help.
May I real briefly, could you show the zoning map? I'd like to correct the record briefly. Mr. Hickman said that what we want can already be done, and there's already a multi-story tower there. If you look to correct what he said, it's actually zoned O2 office right now. It's not zoned commercial. The commercial development we see could absolutely not be developed on the site that's zoned O2. That is what this application seeks to do, is to allow the commercial development across the entirety of that site.
Can I, then clarification, because I think this is important. So this proposal in front of us is
Yeah.
so that you can,
It's a
your
final order.
client can develop this commercial space, the rendering that I'm seeing in our packet. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
And then you want this billboard
Correct.
as well. So it's both.
Yes, sir.
So what is the other speaker referring to when he says there was a different planning case that allowed for you all to?
So can you go back? Sorry, Sarah. I guess what he's, sorry, if you keep going. I guess what he's referring to is SPUD 1166 allows commercial development, but the location that is the closest to the highway does not allow any commercial development. The only way to be able to do the commercial development we seek is to have the PUD cover the entirety of that space that says O2.
So from O2 there, that dotted dark black line, all the way down through SPUD 1116, this whole footprint, this is what you're going to develop, this commercial
Yes.
space. Just wanted to be clear about
Sure.
that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there, oh, go ahead. No,
I'll
no,
say,
no,
and to be
please.
clear, this one is just unique because of when it was filed. But the new ordinance has fixed this issue, and there could never be another PUD or SPUD that would allow this. This just happened to be filed over a year ago, and so it's this unique kind of lagging application.
Okay, thank you. Two questions. One, Ms. Laura McDevitt, I know you and I have been talking, sorry to put you on the spot like this. But my question for you is, now I just forgot my question, I'm sorry. There's a lot going on. Looking at, is this the last application for a SPUD or a PUD that involves a billboard sign thus far that we know of? And maybe that may not be a question for you, so I apologize that I asked you, but maybe that could be something for development services as well, if we are aware of it.
I believe that to be the case.
So this would be the last that we would see of this magnitude of us going back and forth between a SPUD or a PUD for a billboard.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate you, thank you. Mr. Hickman, my question to you is, I guess I'm so confused, and maybe you can help me understand, to the point of the questions that Councilperson Stonecipher just asked, how come no one showed up to the Board of Adjustment meeting or the Planning Commission meeting to say no to this particular application that was brought forward, if that was such a concern?
Well, of course, we don't get notice of, a specific case that's going to have a billboard involved in it, so we have to find it. And so the bottom line is, on the Board of Adjustment case, we just didn't know about it, frankly, or we would have probably showed up. But the fact the Board of Adjustment, all they did was allow it to move forward. Their action in their quasi-judicial role has nothing to do with your responsibility as a council as whether or not to vote. It's here in front of you today because they allowed it to go forward, but they did not condone or sanction or approve in any form or fashion what is proposed before you today. They just allowed it to go forward within the confines of the language in the moratorium, which is required by law to have a process to ask an exception to the rule of nothing can go forward. That's all they did, period. They did not in any way condone or approve what's being asked of you today. And I want to point out one thing real quick. PUD 1949, Exhibit D, renderings, should be in your packet. Cute little commercial development like this. Other slide shows a pointed tower. SPUD 1166, master design statement. You saw the schematic earlier that showed it on the one end. Exact same picture. Page 2. Nice pointed building. Exact same rendering. All due respect to Mr. Box, I don't know for sure what he's talking about. Granted, the commercial development under PUD 1949 does include the entire lot right now. However, the O2 part that's already there has a parking lot and a large multi-story building on it, which I assume they don't plan to tear down. The commercial development that we're talking about is on the corner. It's already approved in 1166, and the exact same renderings are used today in 1949. Or this PUD 1949. So you're not approving a new commercial development opportunity. You're not being anti-business by denying this. It's already allowed.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? Okay.
Can I ask, because there's like this back and forth, maybe this is for, again, legal, like clarification. What are we approving today then? Like that, maybe you're the right person to ask, Kenny. Just want a clarification, thank you.
You are approving the SPUD. Where's your microphone? I'm sorry. You're approving PUD 1949 is what you are approving. What the Board of Adjustment did was allow them to go forward with this PUD with the billboard in it. So what you are voting on now is the PUD, which includes the billboard and the commercial development.
So I just, that's important for me. I know this might bore everybody else, but I don't want more billboards. I don't want a future of Fahrenheit 451 where billboards are super elongated along interstates so people can speed as quick as they want, but they can still read the billboard. Like, I don't want a city dotted with billboards. I want a city that is much more people-oriented than that. And so I'm really thankful for the sign code update. And there is a place for signs. I just don't want a city overrun by them, right? So I would not feel comfortable voting just to allow a billboard today. That's why I need this clarification that I'm doing both, that this is a vote for the commercial development, which I'm way more, in support of than I would be just for,
Sure.
that.
If you look at your staff report, you will see a portion of the PUD is included. What you will see under, it shows up as page 2 of 14, it lists all of the commercial uses that would be approved as part of this PUD that under the current O2 are not approved. And so you're adding retail, you're adding restaurants, you're adding all of these commercial uses that are today absolutely not allowed under the O2 zoning.
Just, it's very important to me, because it's not just, when I say people-centered, I don't like the idea of us always in our cars and seeing just billboards instead of the land.
Sure.
Like just seeing the land. I mean, we have these protections on I-44 around Lake Hefner Parkway. I point to Councilman Stonecipher because we have that view of that beautiful lake. And I worry, what would happen if you just had like billboards all along that. So I just wanted to be very clear that what we're doing today then, and correct me if I'm wrong, legal, is this is about a commercial development with a billboard. And as we heard earlier, this would be the final time that a PUD or SPUD would bring to this council a billboard zoning proposal. Are those two statements true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for taking time to walk me through that.
Okay, I guess that it means it's back to me. Here's where I'm so torn. I understand the complexity of this whole application process, and I hope you all have been following, because in the last 2 days I have been schooled on some billboards that I did not know I could be schooled about, and still waiting for some more information about what can happen. Although I took a little break to see the eclipse yesterday. But in the midst of what we are doing, my my concern is the fact that this went through a process that through this moratorium was allowed through the Board of Adjustments. And again, this quasi-judicial body said yes to this variance for this to be allowed as far as this use of this the standard billboard sign. Then it went through the process of the Planning Commission. So my concern is two things. One, it went through two different layers and no one showed up to protest what could or could not take place on this particular piece of property. And for all of us to be as involved in signs and in the business of signs, it seems as if we would know these things when they occur. And Mr. Hinkle, I hate to put you on the spot, Councilperson Hinkle, but I know this is some of the things that you do in your former, past, and future life. But do you have someone that follows applications as far as billboards are concerned? You do. You do. You do. You do. So someone usually knows when an application comes forward with a billboard sign.
No, I can't speak for.
Or you all do. You all pay attention.
Speak for everybody, yeah. I said we do, but I can't speak for every outdoor company in town.
Thank you for that. It seems as if with this type of business that everybody would, in some aspect, have some type of representation to look at what is coming forward. A couple of things that happened yesterday in the process of talking to Mr. Bill and to Mr. Box, and thank you gentlemen both for speaking with me yesterday, were questions that I asked to Ms. Laura McDevitt, and I appreciate her for listening to me as well as we tried to just kind of understand what was going on together. The process, as we said, about us extending the PUDs and SPUDs, it did happen. It was a long process, so I think we all understand that. The other thing that I asked for was when and if we had any other zoning applications that went through the Board of Adjustment process during this time frame. And there were 3 other cases that went through the Board of Adjustment process during this time frame of the moratorium. So we know that it wasn't just this application that went through that process to seek a variance for the Board of Adjustments. It was 3 other signs that went through this process to seek a variance from the Board of Adjustments. And I believe all of those were approved, except for there had been one variance application relating to a proposed billboard somewhere else, but that application was ultimately withdrawn. So those are the factors that I'm looking at. And one of the things, and you know, you got to pay for school and understand the difference of learning and planning. I'm learning and understanding the difference between that quasi-judicial body and the abilities and things that we do as city council members in our legislative process as well. So for it to have gone through this Board of Adjustment process and ultimately coming to us, that is what we have to look at in this application. Again, I say to myself that it is a little more wordy than it should be as far as the staff report, because of the fact that it does say that the Board of Adjustment granted the variance on the sign moratorium, allowing the PUD to be processed. And here we are now where the staff report says to take these things out, which is quite confusing in my opinion for that to take place and occur. Did you want to say something?
I'd offer to clarify if you'd like.
No, I don't need clarification. Thank you. So therefore, I am going to ask that I did talk to Councilperson Stone Cipher as well as dealing with a moratorium to get better understanding of why, as far as the moratorium is concerned and this process as well with the Board of Adjustment. So we did talk through that to understand each other, and so I appreciate his insight as well. So with that, we have also heard that this will be the last application that will go through this process. So I apologize, we all had to sit here through this as long as we did. But we're going, in my decision is to move this application forward. I understand that the concerns from the gentleman that spoke from Lamar Advertising, and I appreciate you gentlemen for being here. But at the same, looking at the application in the ways that this application was brought forward, there were at least a few times for us to talk through this application. So I apologize that we weren't able to do that prior to, as far as the Board of Adjustment conversation, the Planning Commission conversation, and now here we are to make this decision. So with that, I will ask that we move for approval of this PUD or SPUD for the application.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item C was previously deferred, which brings us to item D. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 810 South John Kilpatrick Turnpike from AA and PUD 1628 to PUD 1983. Councilwoman Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick breakdown. There's a lot of folks here that have signed up to speak. We're going to start with the applicant and their presentation, and then I will give some comments, and then probably give it back to you, Mayor, at that point, and we'll take it from there with some more housekeeping. So, Mr. Box.
Good morning.
Good
David
morning.
Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a PUD that would allow an amphitheater to be built at just north of 15th, west of Sarah Road. It's an application that went through Planning Commission and was recommended for approval unanimously. There were a few neighborhood meetings that also occurred throughout the process. So staff recommends approval. The Planning Commission unanimously recommends approval. We would ask for same.
Thank you, Mr. Box.
Thank you.
All right, full disclosure. It's been a really long process. It started in October of last year when I met with the applicant, and the applicant met with city residents at their first town hall meeting. And then, as Mr. Box alluded to, again recently. I think the venue itself is very interesting. I was very interested initially. It looks really cool. It's pretty flashy, and it's a very elevated development that's being proposed. Our community is asking for that. Ward 3, way out west residents are asking for elevated amenities. We wanted Chisholm Creek out that way. We're kind of over the tired strip malls and the facades lacking cohesiveness. I say we because I live less than 3 miles from this proposed application. My kids went to those schools that are on the south side of the application. I drive Southwest 15th Street every single day, and I've lived in the neighborhoods that are on the southeast side of this development during my now, let me do the math real fast, this is bad, almost 2 decades in Ward 3. I've listened to the school field day from my yard in these neighborhoods, with the kids having fun out in the fields next to these schools. I want to address a few things as we go through this, kind of talk about the process that I've been through to get personally to get here today. I want to talk first about the criticism that I've heard about our city staff and planning commissioners. They are doing a job, and they are doing it well within the guardrails that is ordained for them to do them. It is not their job to do what we do. It goes through those processes, and then it comes to this council, and we take those recommendations and we add in our community engagement and what we know about the community and what we are hearing from the community, and then we move forward as a body with individual votes and our past experience to inform that. So just some fun facts. As of Friday's cutoff, there were 280 contacts in protest and less than 70 in support to our council office. Since then, there have been additional contacts, and I'm just going to have to ballpark it because I don't have the exact counts, but it, on the surface, appears to be 3-1 in opposition. That doesn't count any direct contacts. Those are strictly contacts to the city, whether it's city clerk or the city council office. That doesn't count the contacts that have come to me personally, which still roughly 3-1 in opposition. Our residents in opposition have put time and energy into formulating their opinions. There's 1,073 pages of protest letters. It included shared articles, both peer-reviewed and editorials, letters sharing very personal details about your family, your friends, your pets, our vets, PTSD, autism, and other health conditions, and how they feel like those could be impacted. There have been 90 pages in support. There are Facebook pages for both the support and the opposition. And this definitely holds the position as the most activating item for my constituency in the 3 years that I've been here, and I am grateful for the involvement. I hope you will continue those efforts for all the things that go on in Ward 3. You heard earlier about an amazing park that's coming. There will be community engagement for that. And I expect every one of you to be there, because it's like a mile from you down the other side. So I know where you live. I will knock on your doors. It's been said to me that the opposition here is a loud minority of folks, that most people want the venue, but the numbers just don't work out for that from my perspective. But to that I say maybe so. But this small loud group of 300 are also the group of people who are most closely situated to the proposed venue. It is the group who will have no choice about attending those concerts or dealing with the traffic on the way home from work in the evenings, or late night base that is unable to be abated. The city is already aware of the traffic situation, so much so that we have a road widening project just to handle yesterday's traffic. We're 10 years behind on it already, and it's taken many years to get to where it is, and I'm excited about that road widening from Check Hall to Sarah that is out for bid now. I've spent time with the city's attorney's office learning about our noise ordinance and its history and its challenges, and I see how it's really not going to be very helpful to the residents who live nearby, as it doesn't appear to be very helpful to our zoo amphitheater residents. I've discussed with music industry experts and Oklahoma City entertainment experts, and there is considerable excitement around our new arena that's coming and our multi-purpose stadium, which provides some of the same amenities, just in a little different venue. I've spent time with the applicant, the residents for and against. I've been contacted by many other elected officials, and I've prayed a lot about what is the right thing to do here. With everything that I've weighed in mind and the residents that I represent, I'm going to make a motion to deny this application, and with that motion comes kind of the next step in the process. So I am going to hand it back to the mayor, because there are so many of you that have signed up to speak, and we are not going to deprive you of an opportunity. But we've come up with maybe a way to be very efficient with it. And I'm going to let you explain.
Sure. Well, it's up to you, honestly. But what
Sure.
you've just heard from Councilwoman Pack is that she is prepared to make a motion to deny the application. That will, if that motion is adopted, that's the end of the road. The application has been rejected. I'm going to vote for that motion when she makes it. We are either moments away from that motion and the conclusion of this issue, or an hour and a half away from that. And that the choice is yours. So I'm going to call the names of everyone who's signed up to speak. And if you would like to waive your speech, at least for now, and see how this motion goes, just do that. Just wave your hand. I'll look out. I want to promise you that if the motion fails, we're sort of back at square one at that point, and there is no outcome yet. And so I would certainly understand at that point that you may like to be heard, that if you have chosen not to be heard, to see this motion potentially voted on. But if it fails, then you wrote, in that scenario, apparently a majority of the council does not see the world the way you do, and you'd like to tell us why we should. And so I would revisit these slips. But for now, I'd like to give you the opportunity to, and if even just a few of you would take this opportunity, it might make things go faster. I understand if somebody just really, really wants to speak, you have that right. But I'm going to call the names, and
Can I stand up?
and great. So there's one that will certainly speak. I'm going to call the names, and if you're okay with just proceeding to the motion to deny, just wave your hand. Kristen Bruce. Or if you want to speak, come forward and speak. Okay? And if you're not here, then I'll move on. Okay. Okay, she waved, I'm told. James Rogers King. Okay, Carl Edgin. Are you okay just seeing how the motion goes and maybe speak later if it doesn't go the way you want? Or you want to speak? Okay. All right, Carl. Then come speak, and you're up.
10412 Fairfax Lane.
You have 3 minutes, Mr. Edgin.
We are here from the neighborhood. As you can see, there's plenty of buttons, shirts. We are here to strongly request a no vote for the rezoning of PUD 1983 Amphitheater. Especially me. I live 1 block from this impending disaster that will impact my family, our families, and the entire neighborhood. An established community for over 5 decades, 50 years. 50 years of a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. The amphitheater will blast music till 11 p.m., probably more. Does the city have a department that will monitor this? No. Does the city have anything to monitor how loud this will get or how long it will last? No, they don't. They have already been allowed to increase the decibel, and it hasn't even been passed here yet. The family environment will forever be changed if this goes through. Imagine trying to sit outside making memories with your kids and your grandkids, roasting marshmallows, making s'mores, and not being able to hear them tell you, "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa." And then not hear the words that melts our hearts, that will stay with you forever. You're the best. I love you. But you won't be able to hear this crap because of this impending disaster. Or sitting outside with your wife, glass of wine, enjoying the peace and quiet.
30 seconds remaining.
If you allow this to pass, families will be greatly impacted because the families will be forced to move. Economic impact will be severe from the lowering values of our property. And if you sell, you'll be getting less for your money. The hallway right outside, there's a sign that says City Council priorities. Number 6 reads.
Carl, we're at time.
Enhanced
Thank you so much.
community
We definitely
wellness.
can't go over today because with so many
Thank
people
you.
signed up. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Casey Whitvote? Don Bryson? Okay. And again, every speaker gets us farther from denying the application.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, for hearing our protest. My name is Don Bryson. I live at 10305 Aberdeen Drive in Yukon, Oklahoma. I've lived there for 20 years with my wife and our bulldogs. I am against the amphitheater adjoining my neighborhood. My concerns are many. Noise. The prospective amphitheater owners have asked to be able to emit sound levels higher than is allowed by the noise ordinance of Oklahoma City. I know you, as a council, do not want to hear the T word, so we have modified it. Vehicular incursion. The overflow of the vehicles will travel and park throughout my neighborhood. This is unacceptable. The road in which I live, Aberdeen Drive, is a thoroughfare. It is an undersized thoroughfare. It should be a lane in a state highway. They're working on that, and I do appreciate you, Barbara Peck. Economic impact. One day I may want to sell my house. Due to the negativity brought to this area by the amphitheater, my home may sell for less than fair market value. This is unacceptable. Crime. It is a fact that the criminal activity will increase in the area surrounding that amphitheater. This is unacceptable. In closing, I'll remind those here that we have an obligation to our neighbors. We have several veterans who suffer from PTSD. I am blessed to not be one of those, but I feel and I will defend those that do. As well as children who are autistic. This level of noise pollution, especially for them, is unacceptable. Please deny PUD 1983. It is unacceptable.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Gary Reimer? You good? Samuel Smith? Samuel Smith? Okay. Thanks. Bob France? Thank you. Linda Hall? Thank you. Dom Dungara? Okay.
All right, my name's Dominic Dangora. I do not live near the amphitheater, but just by a show of hands, before I get too far, is anybody in support? All right, one other guy. Okay, so I am for the amphitheater. I am a Boston transplant, so I did not grow up here, but I am a musician, and when I came here in 2005, I was stationed in Enid Advanced Air Force Base. I came to grow to love Oklahoma City, and so I made this my place of residence in 2008. I've been here ever since. What caused me to stay here was the growth that I experienced and the growth that I've been a part of, and it's the growth that excites me about the future of Oklahoma City. As a musician who's played professionally for 5 years in this city in the past, obviously an amphitheater is very exciting to me. I would love to have something like this, but I also feel for you guys who are close by. But I also think that there's a misunderstanding of all of the noise pollution that could be. I think there's a misunderstanding of all of the traffic that could be. You mentioned, Barbara Peck, that there was a 10-year delay on what should be with the road development. Well, perhaps that something like this could bring the revenue required for you to be able to do the things that would grow your ward. So I'm not an expert. I'm just a fellow resident who would love to see the growth of this city continue in big ways. The Zoo Amphitheater, I've seen recently that there are renovations taking place. The city's excited about that. Well, the zoo does not have any of the sound abatement equipment that the amphitheater would have. there's been no pushback about the zoo and future renovations and what they haven't done over the last couple of decades. So anyway, I just wanted to voice my opinion, let you know that I'm in support. I respect any decision that's made. I appreciate it. I know how much you've been through with all the time. And you guys who are not in support, I just respect everybody for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Finsand. Thank you. Megan Yarber. Thank you. Philip Cox. Okay.
I'd like to thank you guys for all being here today and allowing us the time to speak. As we heard before at some previous meetings, if people don't show up and say something, it's brought up and, against us later on. So that's why I decided to speak today. I am in opposition of the PUD 1983 Sunset Amphitheater. I live at 920 Cardiff Place in Yukon, Oklahoma, 73099 in Westbury North. I've lived in the neighborhood for 30 years. I'm only 36 years old. I moved there when I was 3 years old with my parents. I left for about 3 years to go to college and do some schooling, and whenever it came time to get married and find a home, I came back to this neighborhood because it's quiet. I can walk with my family, my dogs on the streets. It's nice outside. I can enjoy the nature and everybody around. Let's see, sorry, I lost my spot. Putting this amphitheater in jeopardizes everything we built as a community. I'm respectfully asking you to prioritize the health and safety of the people in our neighborhood over financial gain. The amphitheater will not be good for the health of my neighborhood or any of the surrounding neighborhoods and schools. I used to be a mobile DJ, and I know for a fact that sound travels long ways. I've had the police called on me whenever I was DJing an event at the Mustang football stadium that's completely enclosed. I did a cancer walk all night long. We played music, and the police were called on a cancer walk to come shut the sound down because it was too loud for the surrounding neighborhoods. And that's 2 PA speakers that I have as a mobile DJ, and that's not a huge amphitheater. So I just wanted to say thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And maybe to the gentleman's point, I don't want you to feel, I think we see you and you all got the buttons in the shirts, but raise your hand if you are here to protest this PUD. Okay. Just so we know, I didn't want you to think that just because you're waiving your right to speak doesn't mean that we don't know you're here. So, Dr. Dennis Behringer. Yes. Yes. Procedural question? Sure, I guess.
If I take a minute out of my period and make comments now, does that eliminate me from being able to comment if we need to later?
Just do whatever you want, Mr. Behringer. Are you going to? Do you want to speak? I mean, you've already used a minute already. You want to come up and speak? Is it? All right.
My material is technical in nature.
Okay, but I'm going to hold you to 3 minutes, just so you know.
May I get out my, before we start?
Sure.
I'll keep it brief. Some of you know me. Some of you, I hope, have seen the report that I submitted to council trying to explain the details of the sound issue. So I'm Dennis Behringer. I live at 10237 Bonnie Castle Drive. I've been there. I'm in my 31st year of residence. I have 3 generations of my family living in Westbury. And the only reason I really want to say anything is because I want to be sure that we have a firm technical grasp of what's going on. Because the Planning Commission indicated to me when I appeared there, they did not understand the sound and noise issues and had no experts on the Planning Commission to look at that. As you know, I'm in opposition to this PUD. I reviewed the city staff report, the rezoning request, and the 2 attached reports in great detail. And then I did exhaustive research on this, as Mrs. Peck knows, and I submitted a report to her that I promised I would give to her, and all of you received a copy. I have a handout. Can we take a timeout long enough to get this handed out?
keep going,
So if
sir.
you look at this bar graph, what you're going to see is the blue is the city code. The orange is what the PUD requests it be changed to. It's important to understand that by changing this in the PUD, you are actually changing the noise code in the adjoining R1 area by PUD. And I believe we frown on changing city code by using the PUD. And notice that there are some cases where the sound level by a 10 decibel increase actually doubles. A 10 decibel increase is a doubling in the sound level. So if we don't get the same protection as other R1 areas in this city, is that unfair discrimination? It kind of feels like it. The applicant's data indicates they cannot mitigate low frequency and impulsive sounds, which is what's been implicated.
30 seconds remaining.
I can do it. In most cases, for the noise we've seen, we need to use the operational record just like FAA does to track what actually happens in the real world. The operational record for amphitheaters indicates we can get noise anywhere from 1 to 5 miles distant. That's why they keep getting complaints. So having pretty much run out of time, I just wanted to be sure we understood that there are some significant technical issues here that haven't been resolved, and I have to agree that I would recommend rejecting this PUD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. Alan Downen? Alan Downen? Okay, thank you. Mike Robinson? Thank you. Marty Lawson? Thank you. Rachel Earls? Thank you. Julie McCoy? Thank you. Grant Bailey? Thank you. Keith Woodward? Thank you. Jeremy Carnes? Okay.
My name's Jeremy Carnes. I live at 10022 Birkenhead Court in Westbury South. I've lived out there for 21 years. I am a very active member in our community, and I've also spoken with lots of people in Ward 3 who do support this. There's a lot of misinformation that has motivated people to come today and speak. Fear is a very motivating factor. Some of the things that have been said, there's going to be more child trafficking, there's going to be drunks on your door at 3 in the morning. Concerts will go to 1 or 2 or 3 in the morning, which is not true. And I just think that you guys need to understand that. The people who drive our economy and people working that contribute to their local economy, which is why the 959 people in the support of Sunset Group are not here today, is very important that I took off to make sure their voices were heard. This is a very, very big project which will bring a lot of money to the city and also help our Mustang schools out there, which are in desperate need and they're growing like crazy. There's going to be continued growth around the area, and we've got to pay for those children to have a school to go to. So I would appreciate your thinking about this seriously. We just need 5 votes to make this go on. I understand why Barbara would not want to vote for it in this situation. Elections are coming up. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Work?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kelly Work, and I am here representing the Mustang Creek Family Fund, which was a group that was organized in opposition to this PUD and represents members of several of the neighborhoods surrounding the subject site. And because I am here on behalf of a number of people and was asked to speak, I just wanted to let you all know that we're present and are opposed to the PUD. We are opposed to the PUD. We understand that Councilwoman Peck has made a motion that has been seconded, and I'll defer any further remarks and allow that process to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Melissa LaFave?
I would like to speak just because my husband and I worked really hard on some fancy handouts for you guys. The first handout is a map of the protest and support letters as of Friday at noon. The protest letters are in blue, and the support letters are in orange. So that's just a quick visual of the people who will be directly affected. The second page is a 1 mile radius. 3,800 households are in a 1 mile radius. Okay, so, sorry. 913 Edinburgh Drive, located in Westbury North, the Bellflower Addition. We've lived there for 16 years. I have served on the Bellflower Property Owners Association since 2019. My family and I are against PUD. My son is here today, missing school, purposely because he has been involved in the protest. He loves this process. He wanted to be here today to see it through. I chose to go ahead and speak because I know that this is not the end. I know that this land will continue to be developed. I would love the opportunity, I don't know who said, love the opportunity to meet Swisher Park. I love that idea. I hope that this landowner would honor the same thing in trying to figure out what could go in there. If I don't have enough time, but if that rendering is still up, you could see my house. I'm 90 feet from Sarah Road. So no one can sit here and tell me that the traffic, I know we're not supposed to say that word today, the traffic would not be an issue for my house. I would see it, the lights, the sounds, I don't care. To the gentleman that is in support, if you would like to buy my house, we can talk later. I'm for real. Like, for anybody that's going to say that it's not an issue and all this, come talk to me. Misinformation, that's another thing. That's another reason I wanted to speak today. There is a lot of misinformation going on. I have actually met with the superintendent of Mustang Schools, had an actual meeting, and I'm using those words specifically. He laughed whenever the statement was made, the schools are in desperate need of this
30
money.
seconds remaining.
Not saying that the schools wouldn't benefit. The schools will benefit from anything that is put there. It is a concern. Mr. Bradley has sent his concerns to Ms. Peck. If no one has received them, then please see her. The amount of lobbying that has occurred in this scenario has been mind-blowing to me. I am not a political person, but I have become involved, and I am now a member of the Mustang Chamber of Commerce because of this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the last speaker, Michael Washington.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Greatness. Oh, my God, it is, isn't it? Barbara.
Michael.
Let me say, you've done a great thing today. You have decided to listen to the people who put you in office. That means a whole lot to them, that they can depend on you for their continual peace of mind rather than some entrepreneurial development. Now then, the people love the way things are currently going, and I agree with them. No business adventure should disrupt that. You better believe where I'm coming from. The people then have a wonderful state of mind. They would have to deal with the emotional instability that they would prefer to do without. They like the way things again are currently going on. But let me say one other thing. You cannot allow someone on the outside to come in and disregard the wishes of the people who know for a fact, I don't even live in that area, but when I see an injustice, an grave injustice, I must speak out or not be the man that I have come to become. Now then, everybody knows that the traffic's going to increase. Everybody knows that. Come on, talk to me if you would. Everybody knows when there are parties and things, people going to drink, do dope and all that. Come on, let's talk to me today if I ain't real. Now then, everybody knows things like this. Is not saying the amphitheater is not a great thing. I like to go out and watch little movies and things what go on. But I don't like coming bringing business to a place where it's going to harm people's stability, emotional, mental, and emotional state of mind. These people feel good to be able to go to the store without a lot of traffic and crime and noise. I guarantee you one thing. With the music and things, it would not be contained in that building Because you want to know why? When there are parties, people can hear it miles away. I mean, at times I wake up downtown, I'm way away from downtown here. Not saying it's bad. Oh, I've got a minute left. Oh my God, the time's come quickly.
Stay on topic.
But let me say, Barbara, it was a courageous act on your part. I must conclude with this. And I believe that the people have more faith in you than they had before, that you're going to do the right thing. This is not to say now that you may approve of public adventures that may change their mind on certain things, but I know they know the vast majority of times they're going to be pleased with your actions.
30 seconds remaining.
So again, thank you for, 3 minutes, thank you. Oh, no. Again, y'all, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I just had to speak because the people deserve to be given the right peace of mind. Children deserve to go on the school buses without somebody possibly harming them in things. I am for this. And if there's anything I can do to help file a lawsuit, free of charge, y'all please come to me because I will set you free. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank y'all very much.
Councilwoman Peck, you wish to make a motion?
Motion to deny.
Can I make a comment? I know we're doing this. I hate it. Sorry.
Sorry.
I heard some things, and I just want to correct some misinformation that I heard pertaining to the zoo amphitheater. And I want everyone to hear this very clear. And also because of the last few council meetings, I've heard people say, go to the zoo amphitheater. Our community in Northeast Oklahoma City, if you have not been there to see how this abuts a neighborhood, this is the ultimate example of what can take place. The difference here is that that was built in between 1933 and 1936, before a neighborhood came. So it set a little precedence, but it does not mean that this neighborhood is unharmed. This neighborhood has been in distress for quite some time, the animals just as much, because of the things that occur and take place. And for anyone to say that the neighbors have not mentioned anything about this, I'm sorry to inform you, we have been on this case since I've been elected, for sure, because of the constant calls and the things that have taken place for my residents and the uncomfort. And I stay a mile away from the zoo amphitheater, and I can hear it from my house. So these are impacts that, not to, agree, disagree, but I think it's important for us to look at. If we say we don't want these things everywhere, let's say we don't want these things in our neighborhoods all over Oklahoma City, not just in specific communities and areas. So I would implore I'm sorry, and I wasn't saying that to garnish a clap, because it's important to me. I want you all to realize and understand, as well as we look at this, and I'm supporting whatever the councilwoman puts before us, because she and I have had a very deep conversation about how this has impacted my neighborhood. But I felt it necessary to say that, and I appreciate the opportunity. But to my residents in this area, please help my residents as well and support them in the efforts that they have because of the ways that you feel about what's going on.
Okay, so you would like to make a motion to deny.
That is correct.
And so let's bring that up electronically, and I'll clarify for both we who are voting and those who are watching. This is a little bit of flipping the motions on their head from what you've seen in other zoning cases. So in this case, Councilwoman Peck will be voting yes to deny the application.
That's right.
And so it may be the case that many of you have sent emails asking us to vote no, and now we're going to do the exact opposite of that, and you're going to wish that we do that. So a yes vote is against the application. It is voting to deny the application. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Motion carries 7-2. The application is denied. We will pause for just a moment. You're welcome to stay, but I assume you'd like to get on with your day, and we're going to move on to other business now, but it might be very loud, so maybe I'll give it 30 seconds for your exit. Okay, we're going to get started again. Item 11E is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval. This is rezoning 16400 North Mustang Road from AA to PUD 1992. Councilman Carter, no one has signed up to speak.
Sorry, I'm kind of drawing a blank for starting to get a recalculate.
You're in city council.
Where am I? Okay, so no one signed up.
Correct.
Okay. Well, after speaking with the school district in this area, as well as the developer and the things that we have come to agreement on, and again, subject to the technical evaluations, I will move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item F, F1 and 2. F1 is an amendment to the master design statement. F2 is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 408 Northwest 30th from R2 HL and UC to SPUD 1581 HL and UC. Councilman Cooper, we do have a couple of people who have signed up to speak in protest. And I've heard maybe we also may have met a protest milestone just as this agenda was being prepared. We have, okay, so it is believed by staff that this has reached the standard which requires 7 affirmative votes if the motion is to approve. Councilman Cooper.
Great. Let's hear from the applicant first about the proposal, and I'd be curious then from Mr. Box and from Lindsay Peaver if you all would like to speak before you hear from the protest, or what order. I'll trust your guidance, and Councilman Groves is here as well, so I am at your service, the three of you. Thank you.
Drive. It's a rare opportunity that I get to speak at this podium where Eric Groves is here and will be in agreement with what I have to say, but we have found ourselves in that position. And so the mayor is right, although there is a significant amount of written protest. My belief is what you're going to hear from Ms. Peavers and Mr. Groves and others is that they are in agreement with where this document is now. This has been a very lengthy process. Because it is in the HL district, it required us to go to the HP Commission for a recommendation prior to Planning Commission. This is at the corner of 30th and Hudson. There was a church that had a significant fire many years ago, and ultimately that church had to be removed. What we are proposing would allow for a multifamily development to be placed there. So when we went to the HP Commission, we had a 40-foot product at 3 stories with almost 0 setback on the north and the east. HP Commission recommended approval. We continue to meet. I'm not sure of the total number of meetings. I believe it's, 4 or 5, many meetings with the neighbors. And what we now have is a document that has a max of 30 feet in height. The architectural elements now would reflect what looks like 3 separate buildings, when before we had one single building that felt pretty heavy with the massing along 30th and Hudson. We've pushed our setbacks significantly on the north as well as the east. On the north, we match that line of historical setbacks that exist, although there are some buildings that actually are closer to the right-of-way than we are. And on the east, we are slightly closer to Hudson. However, Hudson has an extraordinary wide right-of-way, and so when you look at it, if you can tell, we have a significant setback that will allow us the opportunity to landscape, sidewalks, and all those things. So the development now will look more like a bungalow-style series of buildings than what we started with. Additionally, as part of this process, my client has agreed to retain the HP Commission's oversight with any development of this site. So what that means is before we can pull a building permit, we still have to go to the HP Commission to get a CA before we can build. We've agreed to meet all of the regulations contained in the HP guidelines. Further, we agreed to a neighborhood charrette prior to submittal of any plans to the HP Commission. So the conversation with the neighbors does not stop after today. We will have a design charrette where we fine-tune what the actual materials and all of those things will look like, and only after our charrette is done will we make formal submittal to the HP Commission. At the HP Commission, of course, notice will get sent out, and the neighbors will once again have an opportunity to comment and weigh in on what the final design is and looks like. So we think after all of these meetings that we have arrived at a project that, although isn't fully designed, is supported from, I think, the majority of the folks that have written in protest. And what you'll notice is in the agenda, you'll see it's not only an amendment to the, not only the ordinance, but an amendment. That's because after Planning Commission, we had a meeting with Councilman Cooper, and I want to thank him for all his time, where we made additional modifications to the document. That is what I've handed out to you, and that is the, I believe it's the March 27th version of, February 27th version of the SPUD. That is what item number 1 is, and that's what we're asking you to vote on today. That represents all of the changes we've made, all of the updated renderings, and what we believe is the agreement that we have with the neighbors. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have, but we're thankful for the neighbors' time and the councilman's time, because it was a long process, many meetings, and the work's not done.
Thank you, Mr. Box. Lindsay and Eric, would you all like to take to the podium, or would you like to hear from the protest first? We'll trust your guidance on that as the residents.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Eric Groves. I'm an attorney and a resident of Edgemere. I represent Bill White, who is also a resident of Edgemere. This case provides a model of how these things can be resolved. We want to thank Councilman Cooper for all the time and effort he put in helping us find common ground. So we are in agreement with the developers to what's going to be done. The architectural details will be hammered out at the HP Commission. But this case does raise 2 other matters. One is we are wary of the SPUD being used to circumvent requirements in overlay districts. We think that needs some attention. Secondly, we want to be sure that the city adheres to its commitment to protect HP neighborhoods. We were disappointed in the actions of the HP Commission in respect to that. So anyway, we really appreciate the efforts of James Cooper, and with that, I'll turn it over to Lindsay.
Thank you all. Just to stay on track, I'm going to just read a few comments. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. Lindsay Peever, 225 Northwest 33rd Street, and I am here on behalf of both Jefferson Park neighborhood and Edgemere Park. I did want to thank all of the neighbors who have devoted their time to ensuring a more compatible development. I want to thank the developer for being willing to work with us to that end. And most of all, I want to thank Planning Commissioner Janice Powers and Councilperson James Cooper, without whom a very uncompatible, very large apartment complex would have been built. Together, what we accomplished is close to what would have been developed had the comprehensive plan and the HP guidelines been followed. However, they were not followed on this project. And I want to take a minute to bring that to your attention. Areas with historic homes were not always the desirable neighborhoods that they are today. The reason they're desirable today is because of historic preservation, plain and simple. The HP Commission has jurisdiction to see to it that these strict rules are adhered to and fairly applied. The HP Commission, as you all probably know, has been known to discuss a single non-conforming window for an hour or more sometimes. However, this originally proposed 27-unit apartment complex was approved out of compliance with those rules in a matter of minutes, which means the rules are just not being consistently applied. So I do stand here today on behalf of Jefferson and Edgemere, and I formally withdraw our protest because we have worked really well with the developer. We've gotten the project to very close to what it would have been had the HP guidelines and the plan been followed. But I would respectfully request, beg, that you all help us by ensuring that your appointed HP commissioners and the staff are fairly and consistently applying the HP guidelines until those are changed. I understand the plan is changing and evolving, but the HP guidelines are not at this point. And so we just ask on behalf of all historic preservation owners to please ensure that these guidelines are adhered to, both by someone who might put in the wrong window and also a developer that might do infill development. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll save my remarks because I'd like to hear whoever signed up to speak in protest.
That was it.
There were no, that's. The main event then. First, and I think this is for City Manager Freeman, Jeff Butler, our Planning Director, Katie Friddle with Historic Preservation. We just heard concerns articulated regarding the Historic Preservation Commission process, particularly as it relates to this proposal. My request is to receive an assessment of that process from staff. I'd like to know what happened that gave way to the concerns we've just heard from Ward 2's appointed bond advisory representative in Lindsay Peaver. So this is someone I trust quite a bit when it comes to their thoughtfulness and their expertise. So this isn't just some willy-nilly person speaking in my estimation on this. So whatever that concern is, and if Jeff, Director Butler, and Katie, and City Manager Freeman, if you need clarification on that concern, and in fact, Lindsay, would you mind just maybe clarifying exactly here for us right now so that, again, leadership can hear what that concern was, so that as we move through the development code update right now, that this concern finds itself addressed, like what went wrong, what happened, so that going forward with development, we don't have to hear that again.
Sure. So I would say without the guidelines in front of me, I would, defer to the staff on the exact guidelines. But suffice it to say, development in, historic preservation neighborhoods should be compatible with what is already there. It shouldn't look exactly the same, but it should be compatible. So if there are, 3 one-story bungalows, it wouldn't be compatible to have a 40-foot building next door. If the setbacks, which, are, if you go into a historic neighborhood, you can tell that all the houses, for the most part, are set back the same. And so when something isn't set back, 15 feet or even 17 feet like the surrounding buildings, it just looks different, it feels different, and you notice it. And so infill development should match what is already there to the extent that it is set back the same or very similar, the height is the same or similar, and the massing, right? So you wouldn't want to see a 3-story building with no breezeways or, one single 3-story building next to 3 bungalows would just, it's a feeling you get. And that's why historic neighborhoods are so popular today. That's why you're seeing more infill development. That's why you're seeing people wanting to rent garage apartments even more than ever, because there's just a feeling because of the aesthetics that you get. And there are parks around, and it's close to downtown and convenient. But all of those things that feeling you get in historic areas is due to the design elements. It's due to things that were not initially adhered to in this proposal. So going into the HP Commission meeting, we all sort of assumed that when we saw the proposal that those things would be corrected, that the HP Commission would say, we see that you're asking for 40 feet. The nearest building is 2.5 stories and probably closer to 30 feet, and we thought they would bring it down. We see that you're asking for 5-foot or 0 setbacks. The nearby setbacks are 15 feet and 17 feet, and we thought that those things would be corrected or adjusted downward. In the HP Commission meeting, we see that you're asking for 27 units. That is far too many units for a less than half an acre piece of land. But that didn't happen, and so the neighbors felt like, it was up to us to try to convince the developer that these things are really important. And ultimately, we, with your help, truly, your help was what made the difference. We were able to do that, but my request is simply follow the guidelines. Whether, you are an individual homeowner, you have to follow those guidelines. And if you are a developer of a duplex or, in this case, a multiplex, that you just have to follow the same guidelines as all of us do that live in that area.
Thank you. So thank you for that detailed response. And I think something Mr. Box would say, right, is that, well, after this goes to planning and council, then there would be that moment where there has to be the return to the HP Commission to meet those guidelines. But what it sounds like I'm hearing is that up front, we'd like to hear that clarification. Or, that's what I'm hearing, right? So what I'd like it doesn't have to happen right now. In fact, I don't think it could happen, but from the city manager, from the planning leadership, from HP, from Katie, I'd like a diagnosis of what happened at HP that allowed for that, what we just heard, and what we are going to do going forward to address these sorts of concerns. Does that sound about right? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Box, does that sound about right from you too? Okay. I don't know if there's anything you would add. Is there anything you would add? Okay. Does that make sense what I'm asking for? Okay. So let me just begin by saying I really appreciate the level of engagement, thoughtfulness that we had from Lindsay, my predecessor, Councilman Groves, from Matt and your team in terms of development. It struck me about after this made its way to Planning Commission, when my Planning Commissioner actually voted against this. She was the one no vote. It struck me in that moment, and I disagreed with Janice. because one of the statements that she had made was that she thought there was too much density already in terms of development in Jefferson. And no, there's a lot of infill lots where we could be adding to in terms of housing, bungalows, duplexes, fourplexes. There's still that ability. But what Janice got exactly right, I think, in saying no in that moment was we didn't have all of this consensus you just heard. We had gone from 27 units to 20, but there were still concerns about the number. And from that, coming back together, we were able to get to 18, right? So I think Janice did us a solid in that moment in saying, hey, slow down here. Hey, we're not done yet. Because Janice is an advocate for neighborhoods every bit as much as the people you've heard today, and certainly why I've reappointed her and will continue to reappoint her to represent Ward 2 on the Planning Commission, because she understands the importance of protecting the integrity of our neighborhoods. But also, I, as the council person, have to address the reality of the housing crisis that we have currently, right? I have to address the reality that when it comes to the old ways of thinking of what a single family, what they might want in terms of living space, you take someone like me, right? I live in an apartment that is 700 square feet. It is 735 square feet. I've lived there for 11 years. That's all the space I need. And that is what's happening with a lot of Gen Z, with millennials, and even seniors right now who are saying, how do I downsize? How do I live in a space that is actually conducive to my safety? Because maybe I've raised my family in a 2-story house, and now as they're moving and thinking about their families and their grandkids are going, I don't feel safe necessarily walking up and down stairs. I would like a 1-bedroom apartment, right? Or 1 and 2-bedroom apartment for their partner, right? Or something like this. So I think we need to rethink what single family housing is, right? In ways that maybe we didn't think about in a post-World War II moment, right? It is critical for me to articulate aloud, and this was something we talked about in those final meetings together, the neighborhood associations, and I really want the HP neighborhoods to hear me as well, because I understand a sense of concern that the city government would just allow willy-nilly any sort of infill development in historic neighborhoods. Hear me when I say this Ward 2, and hear me when I say this HP. Until me, as a council person, I don't think there was someone who ran a campaign 2 different times on honoring the history of our historic neighborhoods, better connecting our historic neighborhoods to one another with sidewalks, with bike lanes, with reliable public transportation that ran every 15 minutes. I ran 2 campaigns talking names back into existence like G.A. Nichols, who developed the Paseo, who also developed Nichols Hills, where I went to elementary school. Anton Klassen and John Chartel. Those are the people who developed that historic area. And when they did, they thought, we want bungalows, but we also want duplexes, 4plexes, and 8plexes. They figured out how can you weave all of this different type of housing to meet family needs and the needs of the individual. All I did as the council person was re-articulate that history back into existence. Because since World War II, we stopped with that articulation. We started talking about sprawl and moving as far away from connecting to our neighbors. We stopped requiring the building of sidewalks after World War II. Remember that, until my other predecessor, Sam Bowman, the late great Sam Bowman, Maps 307, he said, we are going to invest in sidewalks again. And I carry that torch. That's what I do. HP, you might recall when I ran in 2019 and again last year, that I always said that we need to build infill housing that complements the architecture of our historic neighborhoods, that honors the historic architecture of our neighborhoods. That is what I am trying to will into existence right now. As we go into our bond next year and we have the opportunity to fund housing to meet our housing needs, mark my words, you will have no greater advocate than me when I say to you, we should be incentivizing developers to do infill development that honors and complements the historic architecture, the Tudor. You name it, if it's there in Jefferson Park, if it was good enough back in the 30s for Edgemere, it's good enough for us today in 2024. So I'm not interested in cookie cutter Chip and Joanne type prairie housing in Edgemere Park. I dislike it strongly, and I will always oppose it. Good. I thought my HP people would appreciate that. If you want to know my vision for Ward 2 going forward, all you need to do is get on your bike, take a walk, get in your car, and drive around Jefferson, drive around Edgemere, drive around Paseo, drive around Putnam Heights. You'll see it. All I want to do is honor it and take it into the 21st century. I will never again sit and listen to people try to make it seem like I am trying to hurt these neighborhoods. You're not, I'm supposedly the nice person in the bridge builder. You don't want to know what it's like to be on the other side of me on that. You don't, because that would be dishonest. That would be dishonest about what I am trying to pull off. What I am trying to pull off is to meet our housing needs, to make sure that teachers and the baristas and the servers who work and live in Ward 2 will always have a place to live in Ward 2. I am so proud of Eric Groves. I am so proud of the people who in the 70s and 80s fought to keep highways from running onto what is present day Robinson. I'm here to continue your legacy. And with that, I would move for approval. One more thing, Jan Hook, thank you for opening up your home multiple times to residents who were not always in agreement with each other, very tense moments. One of the most proud achievements of my time on council was to get Matt and his team to agree to put speed cushions on Northwest 30th Street. I know I'm going on a little bit, but if the Sunset people get to, then I get to too. This is significant. This is the first time a development with this many units is going to move into HP in many, many years. We had to get this right, which is why I incorporated language in this proposal to make sure that there are speed cushions on 30th Street, because 1, 2, 3 times, I believe, a vehicle has sped down 30th Street and crashed into Jan Hook's home. What if Jan and her family had been in the car line's direction when that happened? That's horrifying. And do you know that as a city, we have those incidents all the time? So thank you to the developers for actually helping us to calm traffic on 30th Street at their expense. Jan, you were always on my mind in that moment. And I know we don't always exactly see eye to eye on some of the things when we think of HP, but that's okay, because I think that ultimately we come to really good compromises together, and that's the best I can sometimes do. And then I'll just say to the developers, and especially to the architect, who I believe is also an Edgemere resident, y'all have a lot of work ahead of you, but I'm so grateful that you sat with Mr. Box, Caitlin, Lindsay, Councilman Groves, and myself throughout this whole process. And I know it was a painful push sometimes because you're an artist, right? It's what architecture is. But we had to, as Councilman Groves said, set a precedent here for our HPs to say that if you're gonna come develop in our historic preservation neighborhoods, you need to be ready to sit down, sit with the neighbors, and we need to be ready to have compromises. But ultimately, I think this SPUD is the first time that anyone was able to put language in there that said architecturally, we must meet even ahead of HP, honoring this historic architecture in these neighborhoods that we have fought so hard to protect. I think I've said it all. I just think it was really important to do that timeline. Let me also say thank you to This Land Yoga, the owners of Harvey Bakery, for coming to me and expressing concerns about the parking in that area. That's why we have 30 parking spaces at this development, because we definitely had some parking concerns. My childhood friend Evan Bray, who grew up with me in Nakoma Park Choctaw Schools, who connected me to This Land Yoga and their concerns. Mary Monfort, who wanted to articulate those concerns to me. Bill and Susie, just y'all, I know we didn't all get what we wanted here, but we all worked together, and that is my commitment to you is that I will always sit, I will always listen, and I will always try and figure out how we can meet the needs of our present moment, but honoring the history of Ward 2. Is there anything I am forgetting that you all need from me? We need to move to
Nope, just make a
number
motion, yeah,
one.
that'd be good.
Okay, let's do it.
Now, I do want to clarify.
Oh, I just asked you, Mayor. No, I'm kidding.
But despite Lindsay's comment, our attorneys think it is still legally at the threshold, so it does require 7 votes.
Thank you, Mayor. It is important that council heard she withdrew.
Yes.
But yes, there is this official moment. Shall we proceed? Does anyone else need to speak? Okay.
All right, let's bring up, we need to do the amendment first.
Yes.
And the amendment doesn't need to be amended or anything, does it, David? Okay. All right, so first is F1, the amendment to the master design statement. This, I suppose, Kenny, does not need 7 votes. This is the amendment. All right.
Correct.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously, and now F2, the ordinance itself, which does require, in this instance, 7 affirmative votes.
Okay, now I'll move for approval when the screen comes up here.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the necessary 7 affirmative votes.
Your work's not over. Y'all have some group work sitting together to make sure that the language in this SPUD, that you follow it, right? So buckle up, the sequel's coming. Let me know if I can be of any use, and then otherwise, just thanks to my planning and traffic commissioners and everyone I've already thanked, and just really grateful to work with you.
Okay, we're going to take a brief departure from zoning cases because I want to be available to everyone on items V and W, and I have impending conflict approaching. And so these are addressing MAPS 4 implementation plan amendments. And so item V and W are kind of related to each other and will both be presented by David Todd, correct?
Yes. David Todd, the director of our MAPS program, will present these items.
David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. I'm going to speak to this first item V at a very high level. If we need to get into details, A.J. Kirkpatrick is here from ADG. He has been tasked with understanding all the details of this. But the implementation plan originally looked at 2 crisis centers, and what was in place at the time was a restriction on the number of beds that a single facility could have, and that was at 16. And the desire was that we would get at least 32 beds. That has since been waived. We've gotten a waiver, I suppose. And we feel that, and in conjunction with the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health, which is our operator, that we can be more effective by combining the budgets, and possibly getting up to 40 beds out of a facility if we combine these. Remembering that also the Restoration Center, which is part of MAPS 4, also has a crisis center in it. So we are asking that the implementation plan be amended so that we just do a single crisis center with the combined budgets, and understanding that we will get the same or possibly more amount of beds.
And I'll add some color that 5 years ago when we were working on that part of the resolution very closely with Terry White, who was then the Commissioner of Mental Health, the sole reason for the 2 centers being written into the resolution and ultimately the implementation plan was the federal law that you just referenced, which is, I don't know exact mechanics of whether it's changed or whether we've received a special dispensation, but whatever the case, it's no longer applicable. And for the other reasons you just stated, that was why we've moved to this point. Okay, any questions? I'm going to take them one by one, perhaps, maybe that'd be the best. Any questions on that?
I got questions. Yeah. I know I've had conversations, and I think I have been waiting for some more clarification and understanding what we were doing. Where are we projecting this one location to be?
We're still in that process. Today also on the agenda was hiring an architect, and once we get them on board, then we'll start that in motion and decide where that is.
Okay, Because initially, when this was brought to me and my attention, there was a location in Northeast Oklahoma City. So is that still the location you all are looking at, or are you looking at a different location?
Again, we're still in the process, but that is certainly one of the locations, probably the top priority.
Okay. Well, I just want to express my concerns about that particular location, which is why I believe, I understand we want to combine one, but the unfortunate opportunity of not having the ways where we can connect residents everywhere is the fact that we're putting it in one, when I believe also, as we were looking at how do we connect with our residents that are in need in all parts of our city. And to the location that currently stands, that is operated by the Department of Mental Health, also which is next door to the Lottie House, which is operated by Mental Health Association Oklahoma. I have residents that seek services, and I haven't heard of anyone in my neighborhood that have been able to use or activate services within the proximity of where this is located, and it's literally across the street from a housing authority property where we have a lot of our community that is disabled and or have behavioral health concerns and or issues. So therefore, for me, I have a bit of concern. I guess that's the best word I can use about it, in us separating or combining one space. And I understand the bed situation, but my concern is everyone not being able to be served, and the intent of what we were trying to do in ensuring that we had locations where we could serve residents. So I'm not supporting this particular implementation plan.
So with that in mind, I'd like to call up AJ, and he can talk about some of the private facilities that are being brought online and how we're looking at it as a system.
Thank you, David. Yeah. So some other things have changed since MAPS 4 was originally passed. In addition to receiving the waiver, which has already been addressed, we are also starting to see the growth of these services being offered by some of our community-based organizations, like North Care, Red Rock. And so if I had a map up, I'd be able to point this out to you clearer, but we have actually, to Councilwoman Nice's concern, the Oak Crew facility that is currently at 13th and Lottie, that was our only crisis center for several years. When Oak-Kick at General Pershing opened in the early 2000s, it became our Urgent Recovery Center, our URC, and that is, if you'll help go with me a little bit, that's almost like the emergency room of this experience for a hospital. So URCs, Urgent Recovery Centers, are really the front doors that we need more of, and the good news is that we and many of our community partners are adding those throughout our community. So this combined crisis center, we've talked a lot about the beds and trying to make sure we're getting the same number of beds. It will have a URC, so it will be one of those front doors where either law enforcement, mobile crisis teams, or the individual or their families can be dropping off the consumers of these services. In addition to that, we also have had Hope on the south side open a URC. 2 weeks ago, North Care opened a new facility in Edmond that is very adjacent to our city boundaries that will be serving families on the north side. And the intent is for that to also be eventually certified as a URC. Of course, we still have Oak-Kick, the new Donahue, which is a replacement of Griffin Memorial Hospital that will be at Portland and Reno, will also have its URC. So that is one of the other things that we're trying to kind of predict the wind here, and we are definitely overall increasing the ways that these consumers can enter the system.
Again, that's, to me, as we look at that, the concerns that I had previously, I still haven't been able to get resolved when we had our meeting, when I spoke about what those issues were pertaining to residents, pertaining to those that are in the surrounding areas, pertaining to those clinicians, though pertaining to those psychiatrists, pertaining to those that are within this part of our community that can speak to the concerns of what is taking place. And, you know, while I, again, as I hear what we're saying, but also it's interesting of how we prioritize certain areas instead of others for things that people are not able to access.
Councilwoman, I do want to say that your request did not fall on deaf ears. We have been reaching out to members of the community that we think can speak to those, and we even had a very positive conversation with one of our MAPS 4 subcommittee members after the same item was heard, and I think we might be returning soon to talk about those things. It's difficult, we know, to separate the conversation of location versus combination, but we really wanted to get focused on the combination so that our architects can start moving ahead with some of the preliminary design.
This might not be the time and place, but Councilwoman Hammonds and I have toured this facility. Hillcrest Hospital, sitting at the corner of 59th and Penn, is turnkey ready, zoned properly, and ready to go. Just, we don't have to build a building if we buy that facility. Just saying.
Yes, we are aware of that, and we have been discussing even this week about potentially needing to go check it out with the architects once they're on board.
You know, and I'd be curious to hear from if Councilwoman Hammond has any guidance on this too, just how we feel about going down to the one, though again, bed-wise, right? We would still be able to achieve what we were after and possibly even more. But I mean, Councilman Hinkle, your point's very well taken. When we went on our Ward 5 tour, you showed me that area and that facility especially. I think that would be a really interesting place to consider when I think about the mental health needs of my former students there at Jefferson Middle School, for instance, on the south side right nearby. So many of the students over there and their families, those childhood trauma scores, which of course is not to diminish other parts of the city's needs by any stretch, but I like that. But I would say to you all, if that's the direction you end up going, repurposing a building like the one that's at 59th and, is it Western? Is that what, Penn? Yeah. Thank you. One of the things I mentioned to Matt during that drive is then you're in this giant parking space also, like giant parking lot, excuse me, not just space, but giant parking lot. It's like endless sea of asphalt, right? And I was very encouraged seeing some renderings at Crossroads Mall where some folk are wanting to redevelop that parking lot in addition to the building with just dense trees. Dense, I mean, just lots of trees, walkways, housing. There's just a lot of mixed use development that they figured out how to repurpose that parking lot to create a better sense of walking into that current mall space. Right now, July and August and June and even September, if one's gonna walk at Crossroads Mall from that parking space into the mall, you're gonna have this punishing summer sun coming down on you. So I wouldn't want to see that same sort of punishing sun coming down on the residents going to a mental health care access, right? So I would just challenge us to really then think architecturally about, if I'm just saying, just as this is an example, this space at 59th, if we're gonna do that, then I think we really need to think about, I know MAPS 4 allows for transitional housing connected to mental health care. So I would really think about that whole space and activating that whole space in terms of meeting the needs, not just the mental health needs, but transitional housing needs, shade structures, maybe not just limited to trees, but I think what they're proposing at Crossroads is one of the most exciting things I have ever seen. It's something I am very much interested in doing at like Shepherd Mall, for instance, or 63rd and May, where you just have asphalt forever and always out in front of PetSmart. Why? Where are the people parking there? I don't see it. How could we repurpose those spaces to meet our housing needs? So that's just something to think about if you're going to do that repurposing of that space. I wanted to will that into existence right now. I do have concerns about just one building, and again, if Councilwoman Hammond, just because of her mental health background, services background, if she has any thoughts on this, I'd be curious to hear as well. If not today, just over time. But if we just have one space, how do we ensure that our families and up to our seniors have an awareness of that space, that it exists? I don't think we should take for granted. There are people who live in Paseo, for instance, who don't know about the core of the Paseo. I know that sounds wild. There are people who live, they were just telling me just last week about the plaza, there are people who live in the plaza neighborhood that don't go to the plaza commercial corridor. I have people in Ward 2 who live around the 39th Street LGBT district who tell me they don't even go to downtown Oklahoma City. So we have a lot of residents who kind of are operating in silos. I know that might strike a lot of us up here as wild because that's so much of the Renaissance story, the places I just actually mentioned to you. But we have a lot of residents who don't know about a lot of the services we provide. And I think it's going to be critical, particularly because of our mental health needs, that we're already thinking ahead about connecting people to the knowledge that this place would exist, and then the transportation access that might need to come into existence in terms of how do you use the bus, the streetcar, the BRT to get to these places. And even beyond that, the mobile management services within Embark, where sometimes maybe someone's not on the actual route of public transportation, but we have paratransit service that could get people from their door to these mental health facilities. So I'd like to, as you come forward with this.
I assure you that we are going to look at public transit, existing public transit lines, in any of the sites that we look at. I do want to at least just touch on the fact that increasingly we're seeing more of these consumers that are coming with first responders. Hopefully with the overall changes to our response to these sort of crises, we're also going to start to see more use of mobile crisis teams. Many of them are being referred by hospitals. I think that's been an education for me, is learning how many other ways people are coming here than just on foot. That certainly isn't to say that some of those won't still happen. And I think North Care has already started to signal to us that once our facilities are open, that they may start to reposition the way that OKIC operates, and maybe it caters more to the walk-in clientele as opposed to those coming from other institutional means.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, then we could take up the resolution found at V, if there's no more comments or questions. So a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item W now, continuing the theme of maps for implementation plan amendments.
This is also an amendment to the implementation plan. If you recall, the plan was to come up with $70 million, at least $70 million, out of the Paycom Arena projects and put towards the new arena. We've been able to come up with $78 million in this plan. That still gives us money still there for the improvements at the practice facility. And there's a little bit there for a couple of things as we transition between buildings, but we're at a position where we understand what we can move over to the new project. So that's what we have today.
So I have a question about this. So the way that this is worded, it sounds as though this money is moving out of the maps for process purview. So not going through Maps 4 committee anymore, that sort of thing.
That's correct.
Have we ever done that with money in Maps projects?
We have done some things similar. When we've done matching funds, we gave, I think it was $600,000 essentially to ODOT to do trails, and that was not under our process. So yes, it has been done.
But it sounds like that went through the Maps 4 process to then do a sort of technical transfer versus the actual implementation of building that infrastructure being sort of taken out of. So like none of the plans, none of the accountability around this money will go through the public body that is maps for.
That's correct, but that's also how that trail was. So there was a trail that Public Works was doing, and they were seeking ACOG funds, and we came up with the matching funds. We never oversaw any of the plans or anything. We were just happy to be able to give that money so that they could do that project. That was the south part of the Greenway Trail.
Okay. I guess it's interesting to hear we've done this before. I think for me, there's still the issue of the amount is so large, and that that sort of item that we constantly sort of bang the drum about with maps and the maps brand and the maps accountability and oversight. I have huge concerns about this amount of money going away from that process and the sort of trust that future maps initiatives might have by the voters when, I mean, this is a lot of money. And it's just constantly frustrating to me how we will find the money and be creative about how we move money around when it comes to projects like this arena, but are not quite as motivated to move as quickly or be as creative when it comes to our affordable housing crisis, or even investing in just our park system. Like it's very frustrating to see this, and I'm just not able to support it for those reasons.
Okay, any other comments or questions on this item? Thank you, David. Take up a motion then on item W. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 6-2. Okay, now back to the regular order. We're at 11G, back in the zoning docket, and Vice Mayor Carter is presiding.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a SPUD 1593, rezoning 1841 exchange in Ward 6. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, so this is a project that, is the applicant present? I didn't see, okay, you can come on up. If you can, I know that this, the folks involved in this have already been operating this space, and this is just sort of adding a few more uses, but if you can kind of explain that just for the record.
Sure. Dean Colitas, Civil and Environmental Consultants, 4700 Glardia Parkway, representing the applicant. So obviously there's an existing building here, and the purpose of the SPUD was to expand the facility to the east side there for additional space. And then they purchased the tract to the north to add some parking for the facility. And then, to obviously the buffering from the surrounding communities, we had some landscape buffers on the north, some additional landscaping, and then also working with staff, we were able to reduce the parking to be what would be the new code that's being worked on now to add a playground there on the east side. So it all kind of worked out, kind of a team effort in that regard. So the use is basically everything that just support their facility, which Lilyfield is a nonprofit. They do family supported services such as foster care, after-school programs, counseling, pregnancy services. So it's really compatible with this surrounding community. You have the south side, there's a Baptist church. To the north, they've got the Oklahoma Public Schools, student services as well. And so it's a good fit for this area, revitalize it. It's going to be a new building, freshen up the old one, so it's going to be great for this this corner, hardcore lot. So, and then, like I said, uses are just something to support that may be used for this type of counseling and child care services.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that overview, because Lilyfield and Empower does a lot of really great work out of their current kind of confinements that they have with their current building, and like you said, is a great asset to the neighborhood. So excited for their continued growth and development. I will move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. On to H, SPUD 1596, rezoning 1624 Northwest 17th Street, also Ward 6.
Yeah, if we can have the applicant come up, I see y'all over there. Just to sort of give, again, an overview of the project, this is an infill project that I think will be an interesting addition and sounds like will help sort of clean up some of the frontage of the current property. So if you can give an overview, appreciate it.
Sure. Adam Landman, 718 West Sheridan. So this is a existing, there's a duplex on this site right now. It's kind of fallen down. Foundations are falling. So we are looking to close a couple of curb cuts that were previously parking along 17th Street, restore the front yard, put in a couple street trees, basically make a front yard. Matching the setbacks to the surrounding neighborhood. We're going to develop some porches. We're looking to do a 7-unit with a quite a broad mix of unit types in it, everything from small affordable studio units to possibly 2-bedroom or larger units as you go up. We've worked with the neighbors to sort of adjust the language. I don't remember if there's any TEs in this, but I don't think there is. I think we tried to incorporate everything into the language of the SPUD, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Yeah, I know there are some listed, but as we talked about last week, like you said, you got them put into the actual language. So I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. And the item passes. On to 11I. It's a SPUD 1599, rezoning 2027 Northwest 16th Street from R1 single family to UC Urban Conservation Overlay Districts, Ward 6.
Yes, this one is also fairly straightforward, just allowing for an accessory dwelling unit in the backyard, so I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. And the item passes. 11J is an ordinance on final hearing. Recommended for approval, SPUD 1600 rezoning 4310 South Shields Boulevard, Ward 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll go ahead and move for its approval.
Motion is second. Please cast your votes. The item passes. 11K is an ordinance on final hearing, rezoning 2821 Northwest 11th Street from R1, Ward 6.
This also is another accessory dwelling unit. I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. 11L. Let's skip over that one for a second until Councilman Cooper gets back. Let's go to item 11M. SPUD 1603. It's rezoning 3023 South Pleasant Avenue, Ward 6.
Yes, it's the day of ADUs in Ward 6. This is another ADU, and I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. Back to 11L. It's a SPUD 1602, rezoning 1016 Northwest 67th Street, Ward 2.
Thank you. I believe the applicant is here. If y'all wanted to give us a little bit of background on what you're up to there, I appreciate your patience too.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. The applicant is here with me as well. This is a multifamily just off of Western. It received no protest. It's in an area that, if you have followed along over the last several months, many applications have come through for some form of residential. In fact, just east of Classen was that large-scale project for Clay Farha. So it's an area that's trending more residential than industrial, and this is just the next application in the process.
That's good. I think it looks great, and I think it's fitting the area in terms of the housing needs, and I think the way you've situated it there on the corner makes a lot of sense to me, so I would move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. Thank you. On to 11N. It's an ordinance to be introduced, and I believe we have a presentation.
Yes. So Chris Browning, our Utilities Director, will give us a quick presentation on the proposed changes in this ordinance.
Good morning, Chris Browning, Utilities Director. We're requesting approval of the updated development water and sewer system standards. The standards have not actually been updated since 2006. The version presented for your consideration updates the materials, practices, and protocols consistent with present-day standards. During the preparation of these development standards, we met with representatives of the Oklahoma Municipal Contractors Association, local engineering firms, and the developers. The significant changes to these standards include we're adding a sewer system standard. The original standards that are in place right now were only water, so we're adding the standards for development for sewer as well. Easement widths will change from a standard of 15 feet to a standard that depends on the pipe size and the depth of the pipe. We've updated notes that need to be included in plans for submittal for review to speed up the process. We've updated definitions and directions to speed up the plan review process as well. And we've updated the pre-qualification standards that were approved by you all a couple of years ago. So all of those changes will enable the private development community to be able to process their plans for review, and we can complete that process much quicker. So these standards will not become effective for 180 days after approval to enable the design engineers to complete those plans we're currently working on. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Will we take a vote on this to introduce? Okay, so I'll take a motion. Motion and a second. Please cast your votes. The item passes. Thank you, Chris. On to 11O, public hearing regarding ordinance related to motor vehicles and traffic, amending Chapter 32.
This was presented by Jason Fairbrush at the last meeting regarding traffic
So
enforcement.
this is just a
parking
second?
enforcement. That's right. just
And we have
public
no one
hearing.
signed up to speak? Okay, so we'll move on. Item 11P is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures, except for the ones that have already been stricken. Michael Washington signed up, does not appear to be here. Okay, I'll take a motion to say that these are dilapidated. Or excuse me, we'll move on to P2 for that. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. 11Q is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Again, except for the ones that have already been previously struck. No one else has signed up to speak?
No.
Okay. We'll move on to item 2, declaring structures are unsecured. You have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. 11R is a public hearing regarding abandoned buildings. Again, minus the ones that have already been previously struck. No one else has signed up to speak, so move on to R2, resolution declaring buildings are abandoned. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Thank you. Okay. 11S is a public hearing regarding the resolution declaring city-owned property adjacent to 3301 Southwest 17th Street in surplus and abandoned for park purposes. This is just the public hearing.
It's also approved resolution items.
We just have it on as the public hearing. This is the second of 3 meetings on this one. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it was introduced last week. Happy to answer
No
questions.
one has
if
signed up
anybody
to
has any.
speak, so we're good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. 11T is the third meeting. It's a resolution declaring approximately .1233 acres of real property located at Northeast 63rd Street in Kelly as surplus for park purposes. And we do need to vote on this. And we have no one signed up to speak, so Ward 7.
I don't have anything to say, but I'm excited of what's to come.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. Thank you. On to 11U. It's a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust. And I believe we have a presentation again.
Yes, Jill Simpson with the Film Office is here to present this item.
Good morning. I'm bringing you, I believe, our 6th application for the Oklahoma City Film Incentive Program, and it's an independent film that we have codenamed Project High Plains. It's a $6.7 million feature, character-driven drama. It's set on the plains of South Dakota, but they're coming to Oklahoma because of our incentive program. They're scheduled to start on April 22nd. Shooting primarily in Oklahoma City, a little bit in Guthrie. The producer is Sean Flanagan and the director Kevin Getz. Sean is based out of New York. Kevin is from LA, and they're utilizing yet another one of our local production companies, which is a really good thing. They're partnering with All Suite, which is a production and production services company at 7th and Hudson. Oklahoma Impact, 93% of Oklahoma crew will be, 93% of the crew will be Oklahoma City based. Anticipated expenditures of roughly $4.7 million in the Oklahoma City metro area. They are pre-qualified at 5% based on their projected expenditures of $4.7 million. As you know, $5 million and below qualifies for 5%. Above $5 million, they can get an additional 5% if they hit some other marks, but this one is below that threshold. Other qualifications, they're going to be filming 50% of their days in Oklahoma City city limits. Main production office will be at All Suite, again, 7th and Hudson. They're pre-qualified for the state rebate program, so we are recommending that their rebate allocation be 5% of their projected spend, or $236,687. They are anticipating 54 local hires, and if you multiply that times 30 days of filming, that comes out to 620 days, man days of work in Oklahoma City. Qualifying labor income of $3.5 million. And again, utilizing another one of our companies. I believe this is the 4th company now that has benefited from the rebate program. So we're happy to be spreading that around so that everybody can benefit. 71% of the days within Oklahoma City, 93% of the crew is local. Their commitment is to hire as many local support companies as possible with a focus toward diversity. We're too early in the process for me to be able to tell you what that number is. They've had to push their dates a little bit due to casting, and we're still seeing the ripple effects of the strikes from last fall, so it's kind of slowing the ramp up for these productions. We did put this application through our economic impact modeler at the Chamber of Commerce, and based on their projections, total economic output is $12.8 million. Jobs supported, both direct and indirect, are 94. Labor income, $5.5 million. And again, qualified expenditures, $4.733748 million. Taxable expenditures, $630,249. And they're paying below the line salary and per diem in Oklahoma City, $3.5 million. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Okay, do we need to take a vote on this then at that point? So, okay, we'll entertain a motion, please. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. We've already handled V and W, so we will go on to 11X1. A resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Margaret Rose Tucker v. Oklahoma City and Oklahoma County. Executive session was not recommended. Any questions? Okay. I will accept a motion for approval. We have a motion and a second. The item passes. 11Y1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Quenisha Williams versus the city of Oklahoma City. Executive session is not recommended. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. 11Z is claims recommended for approval. We have any questions? Okay. Z2, executive session is not recommended, so we will entertain a vote. Please cast your votes. And the item passes. That brings us to, item 12, comments from council. Ward 2.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to invite residents and business owners to a community meeting Councilwoman Hammond and I will be hosting alongside the Asian District and Economic Alliance and our planning department regarding class and corridor. As you heard at a recent council meeting, we are proposing a new tax increment financing district to revitalize the North Classen corridor. This meeting will take place from 6:30. You might want to grab a piece of paper or your fancy phones to take notes if you need this, or just rewind it, I don't know, the video later. But yes, this meeting will take place from 6:30 to 8 p.m. on Tuesday, April 16th, so a week from today, in Holmesy Hall, room 100, which is going to be in the Sarkey Science and Math Building at Oklahoma City University. That's literally at the intersection of Northwest 23rd and Kentucky. If you were to go to okc.gov and go to the news link there, you'll actually find a campus map as well and a little bit more information about that process. So this will be an opportunity for people to receive information in terms of a presentation from Economic Alliance and Planning about what a tax increment financing district sets in motion. It's also a chance to ask questions about the process, and I'm really grateful to Councilwoman Hammond and council staff for being able to help arrange this, and to the Asian District for securing the location for it as well. So the only other thing I would say is it was such a treat yesterday. I heard Councilwoman Nice just a little bit earlier reference the eclipse. It was really wonderful. I teach at OCU and I had a break. I teach from 11 to 5:15 on Mondays, and I have a break from 12:15 until 2:30 for lunch and office hours. So I don't know how much a break office hours are, but I really want to thank the Student Government Association because they secured for the students and faculty and support staff the glasses so that we could see the eclipse together. And it really was kind of a humbling arguably magical experience to be on that campus lawn with fellow stars, looking up at the stars. It was really cool. And honestly, I don't know if I've seen that campus as activated. There were students tossing the football to one another and kicking soccer balls and laying on blankets. I mean, it really was like a community event. And it was really cool to hear the students talk about the fact that they were doing this because it won't be for another 20 some odd years before such an opportunity would happen again. And so it was really neat to share that experience with the students. And then just to connect that back to Class and Corridor, a lot of these students are the same ones who are very interested in the revitalization of Class and Corridor. I've already sent the invite to their student government to pass on the good word to students, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ward 4.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had the honor of attending the Oklahoma City Police Foundation Blue Night Gala on March 30th. And just a fantastic event where they really shine the spotlight on the exceptional work of the Oklahoma City Police Department and what they do. And specifically honored Officers Burnett and Sheehan. And it was great hearing their stories and just talking about the work that they put in daily. It's a fantastic opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Ward 5.
Echo the comment about the policeman's ball. It was a great event. Last week, Councilman Stone and maybe some of the rest of you were there, but Santa Fe Schools and Chris Brewster put on a wonderful presentation at Crossroads Mall. Everybody has a memory of Crossroads Mall from 1,000 years ago, but unfortunately, I didn't get to stay for the whole thing, but from what I saw, you should look up and see what's going on at Crossroads Mall, because that will transform South Oklahoma City if that comes to fruition. So thanks for letting me hang out with you in Ward 4.
Thank you. Ward 6. Ward 7.
Yes, thank you. I do have memories of Crossroads Mall. I worked at Foot Action for quite a few years at Crossroads Mall, so definitely, hey, it was a joy, and shoes were much cheaper then. I wanted to say congratulations to the Oklahoma City Zoo. Myself and quite a few were there for the ribbon cutting of Expedition Africa, which is amazing. If you have not yet had the experience, please make sure you do. There's an opportunity for you to feed the giraffes and look at them, and that was pretty cool to see them that close and personal, and also see the amazing art piece. There's a Balboa tree outside of that, and I was on the committee that helped to decide this piece of artwork, so it's pretty cool to see it in fruition. And the artist is not from America. I believe, I can't remember if he was Brazil, Peru, somewhere, but it was amazing to be able to connect with the artist and see how he envisioned what we can now show as a piece of art within this part of our community for the Zoo Amphitheater. So again, please, if you have an opportunity, it's amazing of the thought and care that they put into that. I also wanted to say, as you may recognize, the deferring of Ms. Williams' property on Northeast 3rd paid off because we were able to strike it today, and I want to personally thank the Restore OKC Restore Homes arm, because they were very instrumental, and also Sunny. She works with the Northeast Renaissance as a liaison, but had she not been at our meeting and asked me what was going on, we wouldn't have been able to connect Miss Williams to some services to make sure she got her roof repaired. So very grateful for them, for the things that they do, and this is how community works. So very grateful for them being able to step in and say, we can help. And also calling on the rest of the community to ask for help with that. The Metropolitan Library System hosted author and poet Kwame Alexander on Sunday at the Douglas High School, and I must say that it was an amazing event. And I'm grateful that we were able to have something like that within the community. And I hope the next time that we have this type of event that we have more people in attendance, because it was an amazing thing. And he just won an Emmy, and he showed up here in Oklahoma City, so I think that was pretty cool. And he brought the Emmy with him, so we got to look at that too. We were talking about I did talk about the solar eclipse, but I just want to shout out City Hall, because we were all outside on the lawn yesterday looking up. And myself, Boyd, and Miss Debbie walked downstairs, and James came a little later. But shout out to PIO and Miss Christie, because she had double-decker moon pies for the occasion, and she had a whole playlist. So as we walked out, we were listening to Total Eclipse of the Heart. And it was amazing to put our glasses on and look up as we were listening to that. So that was pretty cool just to have. I know everybody's been talking about their stories of connection, but just for all of us to be on the lawn and say this matters, and this was pretty cool to just connect for that one, for as long as we did, to look up. I just wanted to acknowledge Black Maternal Health Week that's happening next week, as we look at the disparities of Black maternal health. And as we look at the challenges and mortality rates for African American women, they are 3 times more likely to pass away during or right after childbirth than any other race, and that's important to note, because we have mothers that are leaving, and our children who are here without their mother, left to be cared for by other family members, when we can do something different as far as how we use care, and also clinics and just doctors paying attention to the disparities within our community. A couple more things. 80th Simultaneous Revival, we did celebrate that in our community. 80 years of pastors coming in within Oklahoma City and sharing space, and that does bring economic impact to our city, especially to our community, for being able to host this type of revival for the last 80 years. So that tells you that this is still strong, and we're very excited that it exists. And if you have not seen the newest mural to pop up in Northeast Oklahoma City, it is on Northeast 16th and Martin Luther King, and that is because of With Love OKC. Also, the Oklahoma City Communities Foundation, they offered a grant to help with this, and to the Urban Bridge Center for that mural, and it pays homage to Thelma Parks, Linda Jackson, Roscoe Dungy, and former Representative Opio Toure. And if you look into the eyes of Roscoe Dungy, as this is a reflection of the past leaders that have been a part of our community, if you look into the eyes of Roscoe Dungy, you will see the skyline of current Oklahoma City, which pays homage to the future and the present. So it's done by Carlos Barboza, and it is an amazing piece of art, so I hope you will get to see it. And lastly, I just want to thank the Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, Delta Beta Sigma chapter, as well as Community Health Centers of Oklahoma, for honoring me with an award on 2 Saturdays ago. I had to be in 2 places at once, but I'm very grateful to be thought of, and for the work, acknowledging the work that's happening within Ward 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 8?
Thank you. Nothing today, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to take a second and thank Habitat for Humanity and Felton for inviting me out to their groundbreaking for their largest Habitat for Humanity's housing addition, I guess, to date. So we get to celebrate just a little over 2 years ago that they had built over 1,000 homes, and now they are going to be building 450 more with this groundbreaking. 91 started pretty quick. So this is going to be up in Ward 1, truly looking at the aspects of affordable housing and the way that they actually come alongside the homeowners and buyers, and how they work with them and get them into a financial system and plan to really move through it. So I can't thank Ann enough for inviting me to be a part of that, and welcome to Ward 1 on that. So, okay, that concludes item 12.
I got one more thing.
Oh, Lord.
I want to thank Councilwoman Nice for pointing out Langston playing in the championship game. If you guys didn't watch that game, Oh my gosh, that was great basketball. I mean, they were so close. I mean, shout out to Langston. That was an amazing game. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Item 13 is citizens to be heard. Okay. I will remind you, please state your name and your address when you come up to the mic and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Mr. Kirk, you're first.
Excuse me. My name is Ronnie Kirk. My address is 2328 North Missouri. Back in October, I spoke of this very same thing. It appears that the Russians are listening to y'all city council meetings other than our state senators. They were able to shoot their way into Russia's biggest building. They shot 800 people. They killed 138. Today, this morning, on Channel 5, they were talking about a young man, 19 years old, had AR-15, bombs, more ammunition, and he wanted to burn down 4 synagogues. It's not hard for them to get these guns. When they come across that water, they ain't gonna bring no gun. They can just wait till they get to Oklahoma and buy one. All they gotta do is get some ID, is go to the library, print their own. They're not gonna use it for a long time. They're not coming here to get a job, to work for a year. Everything they're gonna do it within 2 weeks' time. When they go to a place sell guns, they ain't gotta buy one because they ain't got proper ID. All they gotta do is follow 1, 2, 3 of y'all home, kill your whole family, and take your gun. That's the reason it's so important that y'all get these chips put in a gun. Because everybody wants these AR-15, any kind of gun. Those chips will give every one of y'all a raise, the teachers a raise, the police a raise. So it's so important to us to do what we need to do to get through this, everything we're going through now. Times have really changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. Amir Khalik? Okay. Emma Morrow?
Hello, my name is Emma. I am from Ward 8, and today I'm here to talk about Gaza. Over 40,000 people have been killed by Israeli occupation forces in the past 6 months. This number includes over 15,000 children, over 134 journalists, over 400 medical staff, over 174 UN staff. 92% of those killed in Gaza are civilians. 1 of every 10 children killed in Gaza did not make it to their first birthday. Nearly 80,000 people have been injured, many of them critically wounded. More than 10 children a day are losing 1 or both of their legs. More than 112,000 housing units in Gaza have been completely destroyed, with an additional 256,000 plus damaged by Israeli airstrikes. Last week, the U.S. let Israel commit the worst of atrocities at Gaza's largest hospital, Al-Shifa Hospital. After 2 weeks of brutally attacking and killing doctors, staff, and patients inside Al-Shifa Hospital, Israeli soldiers withdrew, leaving behind scenes of absolute horror. Images from the hospital showed the decomposing bodies of Palestinians killed by Israeli soldiers scattered around the hospital complex. Many had their hands and feet tied. Some people were flattened by bulldozers or tanks, and more were unrecognizable. According to journalists and eyewitnesses, Israel's assault on Al-Shifa Hospital is a war crime and part of Israel's systematic destruction of Gaza's entire health system. Thousands of Palestinians were seeking shelter, safety, and medical care inside before Israel began its assault on the hospital, as is true of several other hospitals Israel has destroyed. Israel continued its assault on Al-Shifa even after the UN Security Council passed a binding resolution demanding a ceasefire. Knowing this, the Biden administration continued to arm, fund, and back Israel throughout its assault on Al-Shifa. What was the point on this assault of the hospital and all the people inside? To find Hamas? To take down Hamas? No, there was no resistance fighters in the hospital, and there never was. This indiscriminate killing of innocent civilians is not okay. It has been going on for 6 months now. Israel is out of control, and we cannot continue to keep funding this mass killing of innocent human beings. I ask you all to start being in favor of a permanent ceasefire and an end to the siege
30
of
seconds
Gaza
remaining.
and the West Bank. I ask you all to embargo Israel. Thank you for your time today.
Nadia Rashid.
Hi, y'all. My name is Nadia Rashid. I live at 5609 Northwest 111th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And I have what I think is a very simple question. Is it okay to kill a baby? I would say no. I would say that's a pretty simple answer. Is it okay to take a semi-automatic rifle and point it at the head of a baby and pull the trigger? Is it okay to take a baby in an incubator that can't breathe on its own and turn off all of the electricity? Is it okay to put a baby in a building that's on fire and then bomb the building? These are all things that are happening. The estimated number of children that have died in Palestine is between 10 to 15,000. These are including newborn babies. My friend just said, do you know the number of children that have died before their first birthday? These are literal infants being turned off in incubators. And I know that some of you believe that it's okay to kill a child because you have told us so to our faces. And I will remind you, as someone reminded you earlier, that our elections are coming up. And if you believe that it is okay to kill a child, say it with your full chest. We want to know these kinds of things about the people that we're electing. We want to know if you believe that it's okay to kill a child, because some of us have our own children, and we want to live in a world where our children's lives hold value. I don't have children, but I would like to one day, and I would like to live in a world where it's not okay for someone to point a gun at my child and shoot them in the head. That's the world we're living in right now. Tens of thousands of children are going to die unless we pass a ceasefire. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with turning off an incubator baby? I mean, be honest with yourself. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with shooting a baby in the head or taking a baby in an incubator and turning their electricity off? I personally think that treating an infant like that is unacceptable. And furthermore, I know some of y'all support Israel, and that's fine, whatever, but do you understand that more Israeli people are going to continue dying the longer this goes on? Israeli people are dying as well. People on both sides are dying horrific deaths right now, and it just seems like nobody cares. I mean, no matter who you support, I think you should want a ceasefire, because more of your people are going to die gruesome, horrific deaths
30 seconds
until we have a ceasefire. It doesn't matter who you support. Do you believe that it's okay to kill people? I don't. I believe that every avoidable death must be avoided. I don't believe that it is okay to take a human life. And I would hope that we could all agree that that's a very basic thing to be able to say. I would hope that we could all agree that it's not okay to kill people. I don't think that's difficult to wrap your head around. And until we have a ceasefire, people are going to continue dying. And a ceasefire resolution will come across all of your desks at some point. I will ensure of that. And when it does, if you vote against it, you are letting us know that you do not care about children's lives and about the lives of people in general. This is not a Palestine versus Israel. This is a People are dying, and we need to stand against murder. I think it's as simple as that, and I don't understand where the hesitation comes from. Thank you for your time.
Yasmin, and I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this last name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yasmin. I live at 10213 Jetty Court, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Bradley Carter, Ward 1, my representative. Or should I say the representative of my white neighbors only? See, Bradley Carter is a Islamophobic man who stands for the slaughtering of children and the genocide of a population. You say you're a follower of Jesus Christ, yet you allow his people to undergo apartheid and occupation. See, Jesus was Palestinian and born in the place that now carries the blood of thousands of martyrs. I mean, it makes sense that you support the fascist regime that is the state of Israel and its offensive military. You support the funding of a police system here in Oklahoma that kills people for mental health problems and determines the worthiness of life based on the color of their skin. For those who don't know, the systems of oppression here in the United States are trained by the Israeli Defense Forces, and the same tactics that murder my relatives in Palestine murder my neighbors in Oklahoma. By now, you've heard all the facts about the genocide happening in Gaza. If you choose to side with Israel, you're racist and genocidal, no debate about that. So I will be using the rest of my time to read the stories of a few of the tens of thousands of child martyrs that Bradley Carter says could be Hamas. Mayar had aspirations of becoming a journalist. Alongside her younger brother Bilal, the ruthless Israeli occupation abruptly terminated Mayar's dreams, as the home became a target of destruction, taking her life and that of her sibling Bilal along with their mother. The relentless brutality of occupation silenced not just the individuals, but extinguished the flicker of potential future for souls like Mayar. Muhammad, he was just shy of 5 months old when a bombing hit a neighborhood, killing him on December 1st, 2023, in his hometown. His mom recalls, "I got up, took my son in my arms, and we were running from under the bombing, and I didn't know that my son was dead." Shems, the precious Shems, means the sun in Arabic. She wasn't even a year old when the IOF precisely targeted their house on February 23rd. Shems was martyred along with her father, mother, and other family members. Our sun went down and was never going to rise again.
30 seconds remaining.
Muhammad died of dehydration and malnutrition due to Israel's siege on Gaza. He is shown in his final video before his death, crying of hunger. His older brothers also suffer from malnutrition and is threatened with the same fate as Muhammad. Muhammad was starved by Israel. Gaza is being starved by Israel. If you can't look at these images and question where our tax dollars are going, then you have a problem with your soul and with your heart. I don't think any of us can debate that any of this is okay. So when a ceasefire resolution comes across your desk, I hope that you pass it, because none of us can stand for a future where our children die like this. Thank you.
Jacqueline Skelton.
Hey y'all, Jacqueline Shelton, 2617 Southwest 63rd Place, Ward 5. I just want to say thank you to those of you on this council that take the time to listen to your constituents. You all are voted into these positions, and it's really unfortunate, or better for us to know which one of you are racist and Islamophobic. So thank you for outing yourself. It is imperative that the City Council take a firm stance against Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. We cannot continue to fund a foreign army enacting terrorism with our Oklahoma City tax dollars. This community deserves the chance to improve, and these tax dollars we need so desperately are being used to support a settler colonial state. Every day that goes by without passing a ceasefire resolution is another day that this City Council continues to condone genocide, a genocide that our Oklahoma City tax dollars fund, a genocide that our elected officials have the opportunity to stop, and yet they do not. And when your constituents stand in front of you every other week begging you, even when your constituents stand in front of you every other week begging you to side with humanity. We see you ignoring us. We hear you telling us to stop coming every other week. We're not going to stop. As long as these bombs keep dropping and our Oklahoma City tax dollars are paying for it, we demand you prove to this community that this council will not accept Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, side with humanity, and pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Vivian?
Hello, some of you know me at this point. My name is Vivian Jaber Velasquez, and I'm a Palestinian American with family in the West Bank. I live at 6400 Northwest Expressway in Ward 1, and I'm here to talk about Gaza. 2 weeks ago, I met with my councilman, Bradley Carter, and I expressed my concerns for the US-funded violence that my people are experiencing in Palestine and the threat of violence that we are experiencing here in the US as Islamophobia and Arab hate is on the rise. I asked him to help me understand his stance on Palestine and what he plans to do to promote peace. He asked me, are you pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? You call yourself Palestinian, do you condemn Hamas? You said, you poked a bear and the bear turned around and bit the hand that poked it. You cannot poke a bear and then be upset when it retaliates. He said, I will not be authoring or signing a ceasefire resolution. I will not be signing a ceasefire resolution. I do not see a ceasefire as peace. When I asked about the 15,000 dead Palestinian children, you said, I don't know. I come from a time in the Middle East when they would strap vests onto children and send them to blow up our soldiers. There is no difference between the 2 little girls that I am raising in Oklahoma and the 15,000 dead children in Palestine. There's no difference between my Naveen and my Valentina, and Hind, who was forced to spend days surrounded by the dead bodies of her family members, begging for help before she was bombed by the Israeli forces. Or Sidra, whose tent was bombed and her remains were splashed across a wall. Or Yezen, who died of starvation because of Israel's blockade of humanitarian aid. Or the 15,000 dead children in Gaza funded by our tax dollars. Every child deserves to live in safety and security with access to food and water. Every child deserves access to medical care and education and the comfort of their parents. And I want to make it very clear, if you do not see the humanity in the children of Gaza, you do not see the humanity in the children of Oklahoma. If you cannot advocate for the children of Gaza, I do not trust you to advocate for the children of Oklahoma. There is no room on this horseshoe for people who believe a child doesn't deserve to be advocated for just because of where they are born, the color of their skin, or their religious beliefs. And I'm here to demand that every one of you prove that you see the value in human life, regardless of the human's race or religion or ethnicity, and sign a ceasefire resolution when it makes its way across your desk. And I want to thank the council members who have been paying attention, who have been connecting, and have been having those passionate and meaningful conversations with us. Thank you.
That concludes citizens to be heard. We are at item 14, adjournment. Thank you.